Warning: Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use.
So what we mean by black power is we mean to have not only black political power, but black economic power, to have a voice in the educational system, that our kids will know, not only the black kids, but the white kids should know the kind of contribution that have been made by black people throughout this country. We want to determine some of our destiny. And this is what black power means. We want to have something to say about our destiny.
What it do, family and friends? Welcome back to the Church of Black Power. If you're not subscribed, go ahead and hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell so you can be notified whenever videos like this drop. Please make sure you're hitting that like, share, and hype button so we can beat up the algorithm. Make sure we get this message out to the ears that need to hear. And if you have not done so yet, please click the link in the description, go to change.org and put your signature on the petition for reparations. And with that being said, family, welcome back. I've missed you all. I know I was supposed to broadcast Sunday. However, last Wednesday after my broadcast, I told you I had some things I had to go take care of. That's what I ended up going to go do. And then after which, I got a call while I was in Albuquerque to fly out to California. My brother was out there. My sister was out there. So I was able to see some of my family and still do my little work. So that's what I was doing out there. I was out in California. I was able to see my father, and I want you all to please send your prayers up for my dad. He's struggling with some health issues as of the moment, and it's not looking too good. But I rebuke any negativity. I believe the Most High will bring him back to his full health, especially with the help of you all. So much love to each and every one of you, and thank you in advance. Now, let me say this. While I was in California, our good brother Black Alpha hit me up, and he let me know what chicaneries and shenanigans he was into on Friday. And the reason why he didn't have his usual FBA Friday broadcast. And, you know, anybody that knows Black Alpha, you know, when he's not broadcasting, if he chooses not to broadcast on a certain day, it's because he's out there doing something. I wish I was here on Sunday because my good brother sent me over this clip and I've been holding on to it. I've been holding on to it since Saturday. So we got to go over this clip of our good brother, Black Alpha, who took a trip down to old James Stephen from the Django Clyburn fish fry with a couple of the brothers and sisters from the Black Grassroots. And shout out to each and every one of them. Shout out to our good brother Black Alpha for once again going out and showing folks exactly how it's done when you got to run up on these politicians. Because that's what they are. They're politicians. So apparently, our good brother Black Alpha was able to run up. Well, he wasn't able to run up on Clyburn. Clyburn got up out of there, apparently. But Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear was actually there. And I think that's the next best thing. Don't you agree? Because from what I've been hearing is Andy Beshear, he might just be running with Cop Mala in 2028. So, yeah, it looks like not only Then our good brother Black Alpha was able to check Kamala Harris. But it looks like in the span of a month or less, he was also able to check her damn running mate or potential running mate. So we're going to get into that. We're going to look over and go over the video that our good brother sent over. And, you know, we got a couple of other things to speak about here today. We got to speak about the situation with Rick Chow. We're going to get into that. So I'm telling you early on in the broadcast, family, spoiler alert, there's going to be a trigger warning. So just prepare yourself for that segment later on. I'm going to let you know early enough to where you can get your mind together for that segment, because we're going to touch on that a little bit extensively. Before we start out, though, family, I want to bring an update for the Carmelo Anthony situation. So the trial for Carmelo Anthony started on the 1st, the same day that the Chow verdict came down. The jury selection was extensive. And when I say extensive, I mean they had at least 500 people there from what I read. I want to give a B1 salute to every foundational Black American who said, I need to get there. Because from the article that I read, according to the Dallas Times, there was foundational Black Americans from every corner of the United States for the most part. You had people who traveled from South Carolina, Louisiana. You had people who was traveling from Dakota. You had people who was traveling from New York, people who traveled from California, people who traveled from Las Vegas, all who were out there to support our good brother Carmelo. So shout out to each and every one of them. Now, here's the update, family. As of yesterday, they were able to dwindle the jury pool down to about 250 people. As of today, they have dwindled that down to their jury that they have for the case now. The information that I want to bring to you guys is that none of the people that were selected for the jury are Black. Not one. There is not one Black person on the jury, which is already troubling, because I'm supposed to be able to be judged by a jury of my peers. And if there is no Black people there, where is his peers? However, the court case will start tomorrow, the actual arguments. So I will be looking forward to keeping you updated on that situation. Yes, Miss Nisi, I'm already feeling like that too, but at the same time, I also, in the article that I read, some of the Nabiscos that was up there when being asked about, you know, the typical questions that the jury pool usually get asked, some of them was being kind of combative. Some of them was basically trying to make sure that the courts understand that there is a history of Black defendants in the court system that needs to be addressed. It is a history of what Black policing that needs to be addressed. So I was kind of surprised by that right there, but also I am not a gullible person. I don't just listen to sweet nothings in my ear. So I am skeptical, and I am very skeptical. However, we have a few brothers and sisters that's out there, and hopefully we'll be getting updates through them very soon. Moving on, family. moving on, because we're going to end up coming back to the Carmelo Anthony situation with the Rick Child situation, because the fact of the matter is they're kind of entangled, if you will, you know. The only difference was with Carmelo Anthony, the antagonizers came to him, and with our young brother, they chased him. So, yeah, we're going to get into that as well. We're definitely going to get into that. Let's start out, though, because that is we're going to touch on that later. And the reason why is because we got to talk about this representation situation. We have to. We have to. And this is all going to tie in, trust me when I say. Before we do that, let me go ahead and scroll up and give my love, my humble appreciations, salute, and shalom to our sister Hurricane Nisi in the building. Much love, my sister Queen. Thank you for being here. Rael, Honey Brown Sugar, Patricia A. Jones, Andrea Jones, Brenda Thomas, excuse me, Douglas Sullivan, excuse me. I don't know why it says Seville. Kelly Goodman, Hot Shot Miami Flavor in the building. Much love, much love. Mrs. TT in the building. Mary Turner, much love. A Law Solution in the building, much love. A. Jones is in the building. Our good brother Iron Will is in the building. Our sister Intrigue is in the building. Shout out to you. Much love. That one brother is in the building. Much love to you. Alicia Ya is in the building. Much love to you. Our good brother Noah Randolph is in the building. Much love to you. Lunch Eyes is in the building. Shout out to you. Our sister Anita Herrell is in the building. Much love to you. And thank you for being here as well. Much love, much love. Our sister Nini is in the building. Much love to you. Want to make sure we got it. All right, got that. One second. Curtis Price is in the building. Shout out to you. Much love. The Ruby Runner is in the building. Shout out to you and thank you for being here as well. Christian Wright is in the building. What up, though? My good brother. Shout out to you. Just Reason in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here as well. King Youngland in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here as well. Molly Cakes is in the building. Isaac Holloway is in the building. And our good brother, shout out to our good brother, Drew Laston. Thank you for your Cash App donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate you as always, my warrior brother, and thank you for being here, as well as our sister Sherilyn Williamson. Much love to you, and thank you for being here as well, my sister Queen. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, family. Now, and shout out to everybody who's not in the chat, but who's listening intuitively as well. Much love to all of you and everybody who's going to catch this on the replay. Now, let's go here, family. I'm going to play it all the way through, then we're going to come back and slow roast it. You know how we do, family.
Sir, what are your thoughts on reparations for Black Americans?
Oh, I think that we need to make sure that there is opportunity for everyone in America, and there haven't been enough opportunities.
Nothing specific for Black Americans?
Well, I think we need.
Specifically, I'm asking
No,
specifically.
I think we need to look at early childhood and where we started. I think we need to look at where different dollars go in terms of economic development. I think we need
Well,
to.
you had HR 40, and HR 40's been there for a long time, and hasn't done that.
Well,
So by that time, that's stalled.
but like
okay, like specifically for Black Americans,
in Kentucky,
kind of like how these immigrants get specifically
in
for them.
Kentucky, what we were able to do, for instance, I get it. I'm trying to give you an example of what we've done.
Well, I
in
know a
Kentucky.
lot of examples.
Okay, I appreciate it. Okay,
You don't report it?
I'm not saying.
Here, let me follow up. Let's stay in touch. Let's stay in touch.
Okay, what are you?
Yeah.
What's your name? It's on my card. Oh, no, tell me your name. Scott Hereford. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So he doesn't support reparations for foundational Black Americans, and y'all seen every single excuse that they gave. And y'all know exactly how it goes. Kentucky, and I ain't asked about Kentucky. I said for Black Americans in America specifically, like immigrants get, and then this is the type of things you get from these Democratic field conventions. Shout out to Foundational Black Americans, grassroots. We're gonna continue to press them. They got Clyburn up out of here, but we still right here certified all day. Let's go.
Shout out once again to our good brother Black Alpha. Did you notice, family, how this man seemed to have ADHD when asked a very particular question? And all of a sudden, you know, he had to go to ZK. He couldn't go A, B, C, D, E, F, G. No, he went Z, K, Y, J, H, W, P, just everywhere on the board. And our good brother Black Alpha had to put his mind right back on track. That's how these politicians work. If you do not keep them on subject, they will walk you around the block and hopefully lose you when they take off running when they hit that corner. The very same thing that happened when I ran up on Ron Reynolds, Representative Ron Reynolds, when I asked him about reparations and policy for the foundational Black American community. And what did he say? Oh, well, you know what? I believe reparation is needed, but this is coming from a grant. This is an environmental grant. And what did I do? Well, why don't we have grants like this going directly to foundational Black Americans who have been systemically deprived of any type of resources? This is how these folks get down. They will try to change what you're talking about if you don't keep them on par for the subject. So I give my good brother once again another B1 salute, because not only did he keep them on par for the subject, he started hitting them with all these kind of examples that made him have to run the hell off, because you can't sit here and talk about all people when, god dang it, everybody else have been getting something, especially under the Democratic Party. Let's keep it real. All people get the most under the Democratic Party. The only people that is excluded from all people is foundational Black Americans when Democrats are in office. Now, tell me if I'm telling anything that is false. The Democratic Party don't have a problem standing up for all people. All people. It's just like all lives matter. I wonder if the Democrats had a hand in starting that saying too. You know, when we was out there saying, hey, Black Lives Matter, not as the organization, but as a straight Black grassroots individuals saying Black Lives Matter. I wonder if the Democrats knew that that would be the beginning of delineation. Well, really, the beginning of delineation was after Obama, but it really started ramping up in the 2020s. But I wonder if they had the foresight to say, hey, we should take eyes off of Black people, because then they're going to expect policy for Black people. Maybe we should say all lives matter instead of Black Lives Matter. That sounds like something that would come out of a Democratic think tank. And it sounds like something they would start paying influencers to go online saying. That's just my opinion, family. However, we're going to get back into this. We're going to get back into this and slow roast it. Let me give a B1 salute to our sister Tampa Bay in the building. Much love to you, my sis. Earl Thomas in the building. Much love to you, my brother. Soy to Padre, much love to you. Thank you for being here. That picture is wild. That picture is wild. Shout out to you. Thank you for being here, family. M. Hampton in the building. Much love to you. And thank you for being here. A contrarian, excuse me. Thank you for being here, family. I don't know why I'm tripping off of that. And shout out to our sister, Miss TT. Our foundational Black American lineage is one of a kind, and I could not disagree with you because you are absolute when you say that. Thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as always, my warrior sister. And shout out to our sister Stacy Michelle in the building, as well as our sister Cultural Superpower. Shout out to all of you, and thank you all for being here. Now, let's roll over it again, shall we?
Sir, what are your thoughts on reparations for Black Americans?
Oh, I think
First and foremost, soon as he heard thoughts on reparations for foundational Black Americans, you can see him pulling away already in the face. In the face. He's like, oh, shoot, I was not expecting this. Jim told me if I was to come here, there wouldn't be no problems. God dang you, Clyburn. Then you left and left me here to have to deal with this. You can see it all in his face right there before he even opens his damn mouth. Shout out Miss Williams in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here.
Oh, I think that we need to make sure that there is opportunity for everyone in America, and there haven't been enough opportunities.
Now, he thought that was just going to be enough. Oh, I think that, we need to make sure that there's opportunities for all in America, and there haven't been opportunities for all in America. He basically said the exact same thing that Kamala Harris said when asked about reparations. Did you catch that, family? They're quick to say not everybody has been able to benefit from America and the policies of America, but they will never, ever, ever let it slip out of their mouths that foundational Black Americans are the ones who have not benefited from the system. They will never say that. They will say all, when all outside of us have been benefiting. From the Nabisco to the Asian to the Mexican and to the quote unquote Latino who's still a Nabisco at the end of the day. But they will never say, well, Black communities have been systemically held back for decades. And unfortunately, this is the America we live in at this time. When I become president, the first thing I want to do is remove those systemic barriers. I want to make sure that foundational Black Americans not only have opportunity, but is redressed for everything that has been lost in their communities. Now, do I sound like a better candidate for president or them? No, they have to make sure that when they say all, they're making sure there are other communities that have been disenfranchised as well, that haven't been able to have any opportunities, but you cannot name them. The only community that you can actually say has actually been disenfranchised and can be proven to be disenfranchised, I mean statistically, historically, or any otherly, is going to be foundational Black Americans. Let's be very clear about that. What up, sweet butter? Shout out to you, as well as Storm Randall. Much love to you. And shout out to Copper Granny. Thank you for becoming a subscriber, family. Much love to you, and I hope you enjoy yourself on this side of the facts. Let me also give a B1 salute to our good brother Christopher Ellis. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, my warrior brother, and thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as always, my warrior brother. The fear of the black grassroots is written all over his face, and you ain't said nothing wrong. It is written all over his face. All over his face. You ain't even got to, he ain't even got to open his mouth for you to understand what he's thinking. Shout out to you, my warrior brother. And shout out to our sister Cooking with Miss D in the building. Shout out to you, my sister. Thank you for being here as well. Exactly. Guilt. Guilt. His nose even red. Exactly. He was not prepared for this. This is that embarrassed look. He got embarrassed right there. And Alpha didn't even go all the way in yet. He got embarrassed merely, purely off the fact that Black Alpha ran up on him. That's the embarrassment. A man with Secret Service, a man with tether handlers, agents all around him, and he's at a Bootlicks event. He is embarrassed. Highly. How could Clyburn leave me here? He should have let me know when he was leaving so I could have ducked my way out too. I could lift my finger up in the air and tiptoe out of church like you did. Oh yeah, you definitely can see just the red all over. Shout out Anna Jackson. Thank you for being here, my sister. Exactly, my brother. Check his hard drive. He fits the description. Absolutely. What do you say? Alpha made Rudolph come out of him. Hey. Turn him straight into the red-nosed reindeer, huh? And after this, ain't nobody going to want to play his reindeer games. Embarrassed. Shout out to you, my sister. Shout out Mark Smith in the building as well. Shout out to you. Let's continue.
For Black Americans?
Well, I think we need.
I
think we need to look at early childhood and where we started.
Early childhood. Where we started? First and foremost, this ain't got nothing to do with early childhood, sir. This has everything to do with a debt that's owed to America. You guys don't do that to nobody else. No other group come to you. When the Latinos come to you about DACA, you don't say, well, I think we need to look at early childhood. When the Asians came to you lying on us and wanted a hate crime bill, y'all didn't say, well, I think we need to look at early childhood. When the Indians, Ramaswamy, and all these other red dot Indians are over here talking about we need more pathways of citizenship for the H-1B1 visas and all this other crap, you folks don't say, well, I think we need to look at early childhood. This is another reason why I will never forgive the Democratic Party. I will do business with them when they bring business that's worth doing with them, but I won't forgive them at all. I won't forgive either party. There is no party that I belong to because I know how downright dirty both of these parties are. The whole myth of fatherless homes was created by Daniel Patrick Mullihan, a Democrat. He created the lie right after they started telling our folks who was being deprived of economic resources that if you would like us to help you with resources, you got to make sure the fathers are not in the home. If the father's in the home, then, you know, he needs to be working So if he's working, then we can't help you. So some parents played the game. They said, okay, if the father can't be in the home, he won't be here when you guys come. Oh, if the father can't be in the home, then okay, then he'll live somewhere else and we'll co-parent and, still be together. But we'll do that so that we can get the help that's necessary. Shout out to Southern Breeze in the building. And then Daniel Patrick Mullihan came back around and dropped a statistic, and he did it in a very, very rat type way, conniving type way. When Daniel Patrick Mullihan did his report on fatherless homes, it wasn't even about whether or not the fathers was in the lives of the children. It wasn't even about whether or not they were actually living together or not. All it meant was that the number of fatherless homes, or quote unquote, it meant that they were unmarried at the time. Look this up, family. That's how he jumped to his conclusion. That's how he got everybody out here spreading the lie of fatherless homes. When not only has the CDC has come out and stated that we are the most involved, we have always been the most involved. You can go back in time and look at the involvement between black fathers and white fathers or anybody else, and we're still going to be higher than them. That was one of the reasons why black women got infiltrated into the feminist movement. They pulled you all into the feminist movement because black fathers was doing so well at the time. Our queens, our ladies, our significant others, our better halves was able to stay home and raise the children. Our better halves was able to stay home and not have to worry about money. Oh, and the white women saw that and said, oh, no. You're being oppressed, don't you know? Don't you know that you sitting at home and not working is oppression? All of these things tie into the same damn demonic system. So for this bastard here to try to bring up, well, I think we need to start with the early on in childhood. The first and foremost, if you want to speak about childhoods, you got to pay up all the people who wasn't able to really have a childhood because mama and daddy had to go to work. So, they had to be the big brother or the big sister. They had to take care of the house. They had to cook. They had to clean. You folks owe a debt. And that debt will be paid. So when we ask about reparations, you try to bring up early childhood, you better damn well be bringing up Daniel Patrick Mullihan and how he started that lie and how you're going to be correcting it. Let's continue.
I think we need to look at where different dollars go in terms of economic development.
Where different dollars go? You mean you need to look at where you guys have been depriving the black community of economic dollars, correct? You mean where you've been reallocating our funding to other people, correct? That's what you mean by looking at where the dollars are going? because foundational Black Americans already know where the dollars are going, to everyone else but us. Continue.
We need
Well,
to.
you had HR 40, and HR 40's been there for a long time, and hasn't done that.
Well,
So by that time, that's stalled.
But like
I'm saying, like specifically for Black Americans,
in Kentucky,
kind of like how legal immigrants get specifically
in
for them.
Kentucky, what we
Shout out to Black Alpha once again. What did he do? Boom. Cut him off with the nonsense. And he told him, let him know straight up. Look, HR 40 has been on the floor for decades, and nothing has come from it. We're talking about specifics, you know, like how the immigrants get, how the illegals get. Yeah, you got to shut down their talking points, family. And this is why it's necessary. The more you let them talk, and they're talking in circles, then you're basically just giving them the floor, and everybody else is watching you. They're listening to you. They're listening to the talking points that he's giving you. And if you let him walk away with that crap, this sister back here, notice how she's watching intuitively. Notice how she's paying very close attention. In the very same way the news is there, paying very close attention. If you allow them to get that bull crap off, then everybody who's paying very close attention will take all of his talking points as fact. Shut that crap right on down. This is a masterclass in how to deal with these people.
were able to do, for instance, I get it. I'm trying to give you an example of what we've done.
Well, I know a lot of examples.
Notice how he said, well, I'm trying to give you an example of what we've done in Kentucky. Didn't nobody ask you what you've done in Kentucky because you didn't provide reparations in Kentucky, did you? The question is about reparations for foundational Black Americans. And you want to tell me what you did in Kentucky. Kentucky has not created a reparations program. So why the hell do I need examples? Exactly, my brother Iron Will. Examples of what? What do I need examples of? I'm talking about reparations. You're talking about something totally outside of reparations. Why are you moving outside of reparations when the conversation is about reparations? Don't tell me about Kentucky unless Kentucky has implemented a reparations bill, a cash payment reparations bill. Has Kentucky implemented a cash payment reparation bill? No. So why should I listen to you tell me what's going on in Kentucky? I mean, if you're not telling me about the newest fried chicken coming from the Colonel, I don't need to hear you. I don't even eat KFC. But I mean, you're talking Kentucky. I mean, I would assume that you want to tell me about the Colonel's chicken. Let's continue. Shout out to our good brother Antithesis in the building. Thank you for being here, family. And thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as always, my warrior brother out here supporting. Much love to you. May the Most High bless you tenfold. Shout out to Papa Goop in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. He got caught in the midst talking bad about hood peeps. Yep. And we all ran up. There you go. Shout out to our sister Patricia A. Jones. The Democrats think that we're playing with them, and they're BS. Not at all. We ain't playing whatsoever. Not whatsoever. Shout out to our good brother Iron Will. Much love to you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my good brother. A little something for the collection plate. Salute my warrior brother, and I appreciate your contribution as always, family. Shout out to Sherrison in the building. This is a good point. The last two people waving HR 40 are no longer with us. Presley better be careful. Karma is in full effect. That is a fantastic point. Thank you for bringing that up. Yeah, I would be careful with that bill as well. Yeah, that nothing burger of a bill. No one is looking for his raisins in the potato salad proposal in Kentucky. Oh man, shout out to our brother Christopher Ellis, man. Run up, get done up. Exactly. Let's continue, family.
Okay, I appreciate it. Okay, you don't.
Notice he walked off where he seen he couldn't, over talk Black Alpha. Notice he walked off when he couldn't get his talking points off. When Black Alpha was shutting down his nonsense, he was looking all irritated visibly. But when he saw that Black Alpha wasn't one of those, well, I believe the Democrats as soon. All they got to do is tell me that they working for me type of people. Oh, yeah, he walked off. Basically saying F you and reparations. That's basically what he did. Exactly. He ran. In the very same way Ron Reynolds ran. Got up out of there. Didn't hear nothing, didn't see nothing, disappeared, poof, like Batman. Poof. But this is who these people are. They don't expect for real ones to be in the field when they get down there. They think that they got the house Negroes out there in the field. So when they touch the field, they think they're going to get that house Negro energy, and they're finding out so quick, so fast that you got the gang messed up. You out here with the real ones today. That plantation you looking for, right over there. You actually stepped off the plantation and didn't know it. You went from walking through the plantation talking to all your house niggers, and you walked a little bit too far because you stepped off your property, you stepped off the plantation, and you stepped into the streets. And oh my, you wasn't expecting the streets to have some real Negroes in it, did you? You wasn't expecting the streets to have the real Negroes. But yet you done walked out. You done kissed some babies, rubbed some foreheads of all the little house Negroes in your tethers. But once your foot stepped right off that plantation and you got into the real world and you stepped into the reality of things, you had the real ones there to put pressure upon you. You had the real ones there to let you know, hey, this is the agenda. You had the real ones give you an opportunity to say, yeah, I'm on board with this agenda, but you did not. You tried to talk in circles, and we're not the kind to play do-si-do. You take that back to your Nabisco community. I know y'all like to do your little do-si-do. You grab each other by the arms and you swing each other in the circle. Foundational Black Americans don't do that crap. The freedman does not do-si-do with the Nabisco. We're here to talk business. We're not here to dance. We're not here to slap our knees. And that's what these people are figuring out. This is what these people are finding out. This is why the Democratic Party is now starting to take our talking points. And we're going to get into that in a minute as well. Let's let him continue.
Recorded.
I'm not saying.
Here. Let me follow up. Let's stay in touch. It's okay. What's your name? Yeah. What's your name? It's on the card. Oh, no, tell me your name. I got here for. Yeah. Okay.
Alpha just sent that tether right now. He said, "What's your name? It's on the card." No, give me your name. That is sunning him. That is making sure he understands. No, homie, I didn't ask for your card. I asked for your name. Even there, he just told that tether what the policy he has is. Don't give me your card and walk off. I don't give a damn about your card. You look me in my eyes, you shake my hand like a goddamn man. That's how I was taught. My grandfather was one of those type of people. When he was teaching all of us, because he taught all of us. Whether our uncles or our dads taught us how to shake hands, my grandfather came back around and taught us how to shake hands. And every time he found out that we wasn't shaking hands correctly, he would put us right back into that mode. Get over here. Let me show you how to do this, because that's what a man's supposed to do. That's how a father teaches the children, and how the grandfather teaches the children. And that's how the uncles teaches the children. Our job is to make sure, if you're a man in this world, that you know how to not only be a man, but how to stand as a man. And you can't stand as a man without shaking someone's hand, giving them your name, looking them in the eyes, and making sure they understand this is an eye-to-eye, hand-to-hand, man-to-man thing. And this is another reason why the Democratic Party want to move away from masculinity. They want black men not to be so masculine. They want the softies. They want the rainbows. They want the Skittle bags. Because a man is going to stand on man business. A man's going to do what is necessary. And you can quite literally tell that tether right there don't know nothing about man business. A B1 salute to our good brother John Son. Thank you for being a member for 9 months strong, my brother. Thank you for all your contributions and everything that you do. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, family. No more stupid human tricks. Peace to the family. Abso-freaking-lutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. Family, I'm sorry. When I saw this dude's head, I'm sorry, family. I came across a picture, and we got to play a little game real quick, family. Y'all let me know. What up, GG? How you doing, family? Much love to you. Thank you for being here, as well as Prayful Soul in the building. Much love to you. Family, y'all let me know. This is the tether agent. Clearly, he's a tether agent. Family, do you think that this tether agent is related to this tether here? Let me know in the chat, family. Do they look similar? Do they look related? Is that his sister? Is that his mother? Is that his cousin? Is that his auntie? Someone let me know. Are they related? Are they sharing the same dream? I mean, I heard of the saying, I'm not in the right headspace for this, but I'll be damned. I'll be damned. Family, let me know. Exactly. That's the first thing that I thought, Kelly. That's what I thought. She looks like the damn thing from the Star Trek, but so do he. These are the tethers here of one of a kind. They look like they're of the same Star Trek species. All they need is the ripples on their forehead. All they need is the little ripples on their foreheads. Shout out to Chris. He said, how do you line up the top of your head? Oh, man. You got to measure from the ear space. That's how you get up there. You got to measure from the ear space. But family. Cork. Is that his name? Cork. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Snatch Adams. Klingon type technology. These folks got Klingon brains. Sorry, no. Let me take that back. They got Klingon foreheads and not the brains to match it. Oh, shout out Sally in the building. Much love to you, FBA for life. Let's go, 901 Memphis. Shout out to Memphis. All dang day. Family, I got to give another shout out to our good brother, because if I was out there, I might have took this guy as a threat. I'd be like, who sent this damn alien over here? Y'all sending out Klingons now? Oh, no, it's war. This is war. This is interplanetary war, ladies and gentlemen. Not Detective Alex Murphy. Oh, family, that is good. That is good. He's a Detective Alex Murphy. No, that's exactly. All right, you got that one. Oh, man. Let's get back over here and let our brother close it out once again.
It's on my card. Oh, no, tell me your name. I got here for you. Okay. Okay. So he doesn't support reparations for foundational Black Americans, and y'all seen every single excuse that they gave. And y'all know exactly how it goes. Kentucky, and I ain't asked about Kentucky. I said for Black Americans in America specifically, like immigrants get, and then this is the type of things you get from these Democratic field conventions. Shout out to Foundation for Black Americans. Grassroots, we're going to continue to press them. They got Clyburn up out of here, but we still right here certified all day. Let's go.
Like I said, shout out once again to our warrior brother, Black Alpha. This man, not only can he get out there and hold people's feet to the fire, he can get out there and have them shitting bricks with one question. And so can you all. Now, next, we got to move here, because you got to understand the differences when you have people that speak for us and then people who try to speak like us. I know you all saw the panel that Philip Scott was on. Shout out to him. As well as our sister Vicky Diller. Shout out to that beautiful queen. And our sister Demetra K. Shout out to that beautiful queen. And it had the NAACP Columbus, according to him, new NAACP president of the chapter in Columbus. I want to go here, family, because this is hilarious to me. This is the difference between us and them.
What we can't have is that solidarity, because our cause are our cause. So we all know that we want to be able to eat. We should all be able to.
Now look, when I saw this whole clip had me in tears. From the beginning to the very damn end. I'll show you why real quick. Watch Phil's face as soon as he says solidarity.
What we can't have is that solidarity, because our cause are our cause. So we all.
The first thing he does is look away like, what? Oh, here we go. Here we go. Let's get it.
We want to be able to eat. We should all be able to eat, to flourish, to be able to be happy in this city. And so whatever that looks like to you is what needs to be communicated to the powers that be.
Solidarity with whom? Could you describe who he be in solidarity with?
Shout out once again to Philip Scott for asking the question. because this is what you're supposed to do. That's how you're supposed to move. He waited until he got finished and let them know right off the bat. Solidarity with whom? Whom should we be in solidarity with? Make these people listen to themselves so they can hear themselves when we actually go off on them. Me too, Tampa. We gonna get there. We gonna get there, my sister. She said it was Demetra K's face for me. Yes, that's why I said from beginning to end. Let's go.
I'm confused.
For me, that's black and brown people throughout the city.
Family, I'm a pause. I'm a pause right there because I think he deserves additional booze. Ladies and gentlemen, can we get some tomatoes in the chat? All right, I just need to do some additional booze. You know, I just felt like it was necessary. Let's continue. Look at Vicky's face. This Vicky's like, I know this ninja didn't, in her words, because you know how she loved to call them ninjas. I know this ninja did, right? But Demetra had me in tears with the look she had. This right here had me in tears. This right here had me rolling on the floor. This is why I love Demetra. This is why I love watching her broadcast. She be having the most lovely faces and also some of the most nigga what faces on the planet. Oh my God, I love her. Shout out to our sister Demetra K. Oh, let's continue.
Numbers, what we can't have is that.
Yeah, family, it looks like the streets have spoken. The streets has spoken, ladies and gentlemen. And, you know, it doesn't look too good for the NAACP or any letter organization that claims to be for black people that says that they're not for black people. I got to play it. I see you in the chat. I see you in the chat. Let me go ahead and oblige.
Send in the clowns.
Philip Scott caught up with the man after that and gave him an opportunity to say his piece and correct himself. What did you mean? And, you know, I know you got booed and all, but go ahead and talk to the family. Let's see what you got. And this is what he had to say.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you have seen the panel and our brother here said one statement and boy, the crowd erupted at that point. So our brother Sean here, like, listen, I'm saying what I said to him on the panel, and that way I get him to respond. We are in a different dispensation of time. And it wasn't more so that you, because nobody know who you are, right? But it more so saw the organization. And unfortunately, you kind of caught a lot of strays. So tell people about your history, because some people come to your defense. It was like, man, hold on, y'all know, dude. So let people know who you are, what you've done for the community. Because like I said, that way people know exactly what you got going on.
100%, man. So I'm an attorney here in the city. Past 15 years, practicing wrongful death cases, civil rights cases.
Family, notice all these people that keep coming out. Shout out to Beauty with Brains with its funny looking self. Family, notice how all these folks that come out that says that they're lawyers, notice what kind of lawyers they always are. Always quote unquote civil rights lawyers. Always quote unquote injury lawyers. But yet we can never find these people when we need these people. Shout out to our sister Renaissance woman in the building, as well as To Be Me and Shaya in the building. Much love to all of you, and thank you all for being here. As well as Cynthia in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here. Sent to Warren 619. Shout out to you, and shout out to San Diego. I know exactly where that is. let's get back into it.
Misconduct cases, I fight for the people. And I fight for the people within systems that are not built for us, that have been historically racist, historically anti-Black. And so I am very much for the people. I don't know how to be any other way. With that, I have secured indictments against police officers. I actually have just secured a conviction against police officer with no cameras and no witnesses, the first time in history. So I fought an uphill battle, man, and I've recently become president of the Columbus NAACP. And I know what I'm getting into in terms of the history behind that. What I look forward to is that, in Columbus, I have a sense of the pulse of the city and how we can move forward with a agenda that is pro-Black, that's supported by other people, that is pro-Black, Black-centered, Black-led, all about Black people.
Then why you bring up Latinos? Why you bring up brown communities? Why? If you're pushing an agenda that is Black-led, all pro-Black, and is all about Black people, why are you talking about solidarity with other people then? It makes absolutely no sense. And if you're saying that that's what your agenda is, that's your agenda. But the NAACP, they have their own agenda. The NAACP as an organization quite literally has said that they are not a Black organization. So there's going to be some conflicts going on there. Shout out to Intrigue. So convenient, they're never around when it matters to us. You are absolutely correct. You are absolutely correct. And a B1 salute to our good brother Jesse Paris in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here, as well as Cultural Media TV in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here as well. Want to make sure. Yep. Let's continue.
Do it in a way that builds our own power. And we need within the system, right? The system is never going to work for us. It's not built for us. We're seeing it now more than ever. But we have an opportunity to build our own system of Blackness. And that's what I see the NAACP being here in Columbus, is that chance to have committees focused on, Black economic development, and to do so in a way that both explores policy as well as how to make the system work for us in these ways, because we have that inside knowledge and the outside pressure. And so I'm trying to bring a unique, I say, revolutionary approach to it. And that's why I am what I'm about. Folks in the city know I'm about that. And around the state, so I get, like I said, on stage I was saying, I understand what everybody's saying. I'm not saying that. I was just hoping that, they could see beyond the word to get what I was saying, as opposed to thinking that it was a fight against me, as opposed to being, being on the same team.
If they fund you, they run you. If they fund you, they run you. Let me say it one more time for the people in the back of the classroom. If they fund you, they run you. If this was your intentions, if your real intention is to do something for the Black community specifically, if your real intention is to actually push policy for the Black community, why not go and start your own organization? Because historically the NAACP has not been doing anything. They're out there standing for everybody else but us until we put their feet to the fire. Then they feel like they have to come out and make a statement. So if that's something that you wanted to do, then why not just go and do it directly? You didn't have to even include the NAACP. In the very same way, you didn't have to include brown people in your damn speech that you gave. Shout out Hawthorne Mott in the building. Much love to you, as well as Shelly777 in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here. Let's continue. Oh, and my sister M. Flower Noy. Much love to you, my sister, and thank you for being here as well. Let me go ahead and get to the super chat. Shout out to our good brother Snatch Adams. Much love to you, and thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, family. Black can include Latino, Asian, Indian, Caribbean, African, etc., etc., etc. And I'm with you, because really all brown means is not white. That's how they use brown, as not white. But we're going to get into that. We definitely are. Shout out to M. Flournoy once again. The NAACP is bankrolled by the U's small hats folks, the tiny hat community. Yep, you're absolutely correct. Let's continue.
Right. So you say it on the stage. I want to make sure he said it on the stage, and he wants to change the NAACP, at least this chapter, from within. So can you give me at least 2 or 3 things you say I'm going to do this to change from within?
Yeah. So number one, change.
Before we let him give his little bull crap, because that's what it is, bull crap. Exactly, Southern Breeze. Brown equals immigrant. That's it. That's all. But before we let him get off his talking points, let me ask you guys this question, family. When has anybody ever been able to go and change anything from the inside? I know I've heard many people say that that's what they're doing, but it always turns out that no, they're just in there for their own selfish reasons, their own selfish purposes, to fatten their own pockets. I never really see the people who claim to be the spook that sat by the door actually changing things. I've never seen it. None of you have seen it either, huh? Never? Not never? My laxative. Brown equals immigrant. Yeah, like I said, I've never seen anybody who claimed to be the spook sitting by the door actually shutting things down from the inside or actually changing anything. Well, that's another good point there. The Catholic Church, Papal Bull, excuse me. I'm sorry, family. I'm sitting here trying my hardest not to sneeze. The Catholic Church Papal Bull regulated FBAs to the bottom. You're absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct. Well, partially. You're partially correct. Partially correct. The system of white supremacy is what actually regulated us to it. But if it wasn't for the post-Papal Bull, they wouldn't have been able to do so. But shout out to you for that as well. Let's continue.
In the culture of the city and working together, right? So for each committee, I have co-chairs that are intergenerational. So I have somebody older that may be a bit more established, somebody younger that's up and coming, male, female, everybody's black. And so, but it's subject matter experts. And then on the committees, pulling in folks that have experience both inside the system and outside the system, right? Bringing us all together in a way that builds that coalition of blackness. And that's for.
Sir, I don't think you understand the problem here. It's not the fact that we don't have enough black people in the NAACP. Hell, every person that they send out to speak for other people are black people. I ain't seen not one white NAACP person yet, except with the exception of old girl who was pretending to be black. But that is the exception. Everybody that I've seen come out from the NAACP, everybody that I've seen in the NAACP chapter here in Houston, everybody I've seen in the NAACP chapter over in Los Angeles, all of those folks are black. All of those folks are black. Rachel was the only person that I have ever seen that was working with the NAACP that wasn't black, who was pretending to be black. And the people who aren't black aren't out in front. The people who aren't black are behind the scenes. The people who aren't black are in the freaking office spaces and in the goddamn conference rooms. It's the people that look like you and me that is in the NAACP on the ground level. So for you to say they're all black, I'm pulling in all these black people, that isn't the case. That isn't the problem here. The problem is you're going to have an uphill battle trying to convince us that you're there for black people. But Of course. Of course. They don't want to look at that. Shout out to our sister Faith Speaks Life in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for your Cash App donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as always, my warrior sister. Healing and renewed strength for Pops Church and family. Thank you very much for that, sister. I truly appreciate you. Much love to you. Let's let them continue.
First and foremost, and building our collective power. And that to me is the thing that, really helps us develop. And then beyond that, establishing a system for us, like I said, that builds power. So within that, the people will then set the agenda. I'm not trying to set the agenda for labor and industry, for example. I think there's some things that we should focus on, like AI. We have to have an AI literacy for Black people, or else we get left behind. But within that, I want to defer and put people together that are experts in these areas of Black Columbus, for example, right here in Columbus, Black Columbus, put them together and watch that power build. Those are a couple things right there. And intangibly, Black businesses flourishing, the public school system for Black people working, supporting that.
And Plow Noise said Rachel was doing more with her wannabe self than ones who are than the ones who are. And you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. If she was pretending to be Black, but she was actually the one actually doing some work for the Black community. I wouldn't be surprised. It would take a fake Black person to do something for real Black people when real Black people are in the office and they refuse to. Let's head over to this next clip here. She went back to being white. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Pro-Black literacy for Black kids, to counter their fight against critical race theory, as they call it. So basically, man, just standing up Black people. And I'm in a space where I have established myself in all these different rooms, and nobody questions who I am or what I'm about. But with that, I'm hoping that we can show our power collectively, like we have not had before. The opportunity, and within the branch, I'm operating within the bylaws and Constitution. We're pushing it to the limit. So whatever the national platform is, I respect it. But here in Columbus, we need what we need for Black people, and I want this organization, to be a tool for Black people, as opposed to it being one that Black folks feel used by.
Well, and this has nothing to do with you, but who funds anything, control it. Let me use myself for my example. Who fund me is Black people. So I'm beholden to Black people. But it has nothing to do with you. But your organization is funded by many people outside the Black community, and whoever fund has a say so. So how do you are going to implement certain changes when the funding of your overall organization may be standing against you at times?
And that's a real question, and that's real, and I like real questions. And so I've had a Black law firm in the city for 15 years fighting the system, still able to eat because I'm beholden to the people, not to anybody paying me that money. I get paid when I win a case, and I win for Black people. Everybody wins. So I take that mentality into everything I do. I have a Black social club in the city, community space, community hub that I use to build Blackness. And so as far as the money goes, we can raise money in ways that aren't necessarily a corporation or anything like that. And the fact of the matter is, we have to hold them accountable to donating and to giving that money without expecting anything. And so you asking that question for me is funny because it's not even an option.
I gotta pause this for a second, family. Larry, I'm gonna need you to elaborate. Are you speaking about the issue that just happened with the Rick Child situation? Let me know in the chat, because if so, we're going to talk about that in a little bit. If so, we're going to talk about that in a little bit. So let me know in the chat if that's the situation you're speaking about. Just give me a little clarification.
That we are beholden to anybody else's interest in that way. I get it that nationally or whatever, there's a perception that, money controls things, and it's rightfully so. Nobody controls me. I don't owe anybody anything. I've moved in this way, beholden to the people, and that's how I'm going to operate my entire life. And so we're going to figure it out. And if we got to operate in a way where we don't have as much money as another branch because we aren't taking somebody's money to expect something, that's what it is. I mean, people develop power within ourselves. I don't care about a donor. I care about having 50 people as opposed to, $50,000. So we'll find the power within what we're doing together as opposed to the money.
Okay, so why didn't you just go and start your own organization? Like, that absolutely makes no sense to me. Right now, what I keep hearing from this dude is more and more and more Oswald.
Internalize the flatulation of the matter by transmitting the effervescence of the Indonesian proximity in order to further segregate the crux of my venereal infection.
Family, let me say this. He's talking about even if we have to go without funding or you know, we don't have as much funds as other branches and this, that, and the third, because they don't want to, we don't want to give them anything for the funding, this, that, and because they want something from us, whatever. Let me explain something to you, family. What's stopping the NAACP from coming and snatching up your charter? See, he's a lawyer and he's not thinking about these things. I'm an inspiring lawyer. And I have to ask the question. If you're talking about you can go and have this branch and whether or not it doesn't have as much money as the other branches isn't a problem, but you're not thinking about whether or not what happens if they snatch your charter for working for Black people when they clearly said that they're not a Black organization? This is why I'm calling CAP. This is why I have to call CAP. It makes absolutely no sense. If this is your goal, then go and start an organization and make that your executive summary. Make that your go-to when anybody asks you, what is your motive? What are you guys wanting to do? This is what we want to do. Because as it stands, you doing that in Columbus under the NAACP name, all that does is confuse people. So are you saying that people need to be calling you in Columbus when the people from New York won't show up? When the NAACP out in Colorado won't show up, when they didn't show up for Courtney and the Mallory family until we forced them to. You saying we should have been calling Columbus? This is my point. It makes no damn sense. No, what happened was, most likely, you thought that you were going to toss that Black and brown thing out there, and it was going to be, once again, the same old plantation nonsense. You found out in the very same way Andy Bashir just found out that he stepped off the plantation and walked into the real streets. And he met some real ones. And not just met real ones, got booed by real ones. Let's let him continue.
And if y'all have watched, you know, I told our brother here because he just stepped in this position, right? And some things that he said where that people kind of erupted about. At one point in time, I thought the same way like you. I said the exact same words you said. Until later, I realized that just wasn't going to work. And so we had.
Thank you, Gigi. I was spacing for a while. I don't know why I was spacing on the mission statement, but you got what I was saying.
Different stages, and that's okay. So that's why I had said to you, I said, give you 12 months, because it takes time. You can't do it. You say, I can do it in 2. No, give you at least a year to try to implement your policies. And then we could revisit. And then, because my thing is, I always want to give Black people a fair chance, right? Not to throw, just because we disagree on something, to throw you away. No, give you a chance. And then, so that's why I'm telling everybody, give the brother a chance in Columbus. But like I said, after a year, then do an audit. And then we say, okay, all right, brother, now we gave you a chance.
And I think that, you know, we all have different tactics, different strategies. Yeah. If we have the same end game in mind, we're going to figure out how we get there. And I think every city throughout the country is going to have a different approach based on the history in the city, you know, the dynamics and everything. And so when I was speaking to the Columbus dynamic. It doesn't change anything. It's still very.
Let's continue. Hold up.
Pro-Black agenda. But if I knew that the folks didn't know me that way, I would just keep it Black, because that's really what it is. But I want brown people to support us, and if they don't, they don't. They'll still be what it is. But I think that, you know, they'll understand that, you know, if we can all rise together, their issues will be supported, you know, in time in their different way. But our Black agenda is our Black agenda.
A shout out sent to Warren. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna say this. Not everybody is going to be where we are when we are, because a lot of them are playing catch up. The unfortunate thing is, people think we need to wait around for them to catch up. I refuse to wait around for anybody to catch up. If I gave you the route and you choose to take your sweet time on that route, picking flowers and daisies and stuff, I'm not about to wait around for you to catch up to me. We're not doing that. Some people just can't go. And some people realize much later how, you know, they were wrong. But guess what? You might realize that a lot later, and that's fine. Everybody can grow. Everybody can learn. Everybody can become anew. But that don't mean that I'm going to wait around for you to do so. Because if we wait around, nothing will ever get done. If we would have been waiting around for everybody to get on the same page with us, God dang it, it would have never happened. Reparations wouldn't be a serious conversation. An anti-black hate crime bill wouldn't be a serious conversation. If we just waited for everybody to catch up to us, we would be in the same place that we was 10 years ago. We'd be right back in 2016. No, it took us saying, okay, I guess everybody can't go. I'll leave some breadcrumbs, though. You know, if they're smart enough, Hansel and Gretel, they'll find their way out of the woods. So that's what I think that Phil is doing here. I think Phil is trying to leave the breadcrumbs for the brother and let him know, look, brother, I'm leaving you breadcrumbs. I pray that you find your way out of the woods. I just won't be doing that. I just won't be giving anybody the benefit of the doubt when right now is the time to make moves. This is just me saying, right now is the time to make moves, and we're moving. I'm not about to slow this train down. I'm not about to pull this train over. I'm not even going to ask the conductor to slow the train down so anybody can catch up. No, you're going to need to get you a horse. And you're going to have to ride your horse up to this train and jump from your horse onto this train. Catch up. Shout out to our good brother Christopher Ellis for this one. He says, too much information about the way the ancestors, the new black media, and the black grassroots to be putting up with stubborn converts. And you are absolutely correct. If they're going to convert, let them convert. But they're going to have to catch up to where we are once they've converted. That ain't got nothing to do with us. We loved you enough to leave your breadcrumbs. At the end of the day, that's all I can do for you. Shout out to Cooking with Miss D. She said, I agree, because I would like to be cashing my reparations check. You damn right, my sister. You are absolutely right. While these people are stuck back there, we're getting to this damn bag. And not only are we getting to the bag, we're leading the conversation on getting to the bag. And you think we're going to slow down? Yeah, right. Intrigue. Pigeon crumbs. Because, you know, there are two wings on the same dirty ass pigeon. I get it. I see what you did there, sister. I see you. Exactly. We are the crucial few. We're the 10% that everybody said didn't matter. And now look at it. Look at us. Look at them. They said we were just online. They said that we just talk. Well, we've been popping up at all of these folks' rallies. We've been present at all the reparations panels. We've been holding all of their feet to the fire, the crucial few. Or as our good brother Black Alpha calls it, the certified 100. Shout out to you, Southern Breeze. Exactly, Patricia. Let's keep moving. Let's keep going. Shout out Damon. Thank you for being here and much love to you. And thank you for this comment. I agree. A lot of our people will have to be left behind. Mama, daddy, auntie, uncle, and friends will be lost. Not waiting for weak links. Absolutely. Abso-damn-lutely. Shout out to our sister Nina C in the building. Much love to you. And thank you for being here, my warrior queen. Now, let's let them continue.
Be that, regardless of who supports us, I think in Columbus, there's opportunity for allies that do align with our vision to support us without co-opting the vision, but supporting what we're doing in our Black-led agenda.
Let me tell you what I've said on my platform. I'm not against allies, but I don't support collective groups. In other words, you can be of any community as an individual, and you ride with us, we ride with you. But I don't do wholesale collective support. And let me tell you why. Because if you look at the exit polls of every presidential election, whatever, you can see how people's political ideology align. And a lot of the ideology do not align with me and you. So that's why when people reacted that way, is you're dealing with more of a crowd that do a lot of exit poll reading. They study a lot. So certain things they know political agendas is boom. So like I said, it's not about you personally. I'm gonna keep telling you that. It's just about what's the current mission.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, and I just want people to know that, even for me, it's the same mission. It's just I'm trying to speak more positively to the brown people that do align with us, knowing that a lot of them don't. Just trying to man, just say, hey, look, like you said, what you said, that we can support y'all, can support us, but not a collective thing. This is NAACP and it's for Black people. And to Black people, I say that, and when I want to, get some brown people to support us, I may say Black and brown, but it's just I think, like I said, a different audience, different setting, and I get why that was triggered in that setting. I don't dismiss that whatsoever. I just don't want it to change my message. My message is the same, and that's all, man. It's just I get it. Like, we are rightfully triggered by certain things.
Notice what he said there. I just don't want it to change my message because my message is the same. From what I heard, your message is about Black and brown solidarity. You see, you're doing all the explaining right now to clean everything up, but I heard quite clearly what your message was. So when you then, after having this full conversation with Phil, turn around and say, I just don't want my message to change, your message was the message of solidarity between Black and brown. So you just nullify everything you said in this interview that you was just saying, that you just had with Phil. That's what you did. You just nullified everything that you were talking about with Phil. Because at the end, you end off by saying, I just don't want to change my message. Let's be very clear. Oh, Susie, you want attention. The joke is the fact that, Nabiscos can't get by without any type of assistance. Oh, not just Nabiscos, but all other groups. Black folks are the only people in America that has been deprived of federal resources, that's been deprived of economic resources, and you guys have all been given federal and economic resources. That is hilarious to me. Look, y'all so mad. You're so mad, aren't you? Aren't you? You're mad that you're sucking on that spoiled titty milk, ain't you? Yeah. And this is going to make you even more madder. Get your bitch ass out of here. Yeah. Shout out to our good brother Black RU in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, my warrior brother. Now, let's get back over here because, people just wanted attention. Now,
we think the same thing. Like, that's all.
Well, before I wrap up, I want you to do me a favor.
Yes, sir.
I want you to meet with the LULAC chapter Okay, that's in Columbus. Do they have a LULAC chapter in Columbus? Okay, find the closest LULAC chapter. I want to see if you can sit down with them and see if you guys align. Because if LULAC cannot align with you and fight for the issues, because historically, LULAC said, I don't want to ally with them. Their problems is their problems, okay? So I would believe it when I see LULAC start partnering, right? They're the largest Latino civil rights organization, right? And I'm not against Latinos fighting for Latino rights. They should. But just like we should be fighting for Black American rights, FBA rights, okay? So that's all I'm saying to you.
Yeah, for sure. And when I say I want them to fight for Black rights, like not us fighting for their rights. I want them to see our agenda, fight for our rights, knowing that as we win, they can win too on their agenda, just showing that, we can support each other within that. That's all. But it's still very much our issues, our focus, and just trying to see how we can, support each other.
It sounds like you banging on some Hispanic cooch. That's what it sounds like to me. Because you couldn't combat anything Phil was saying, but you kept bringing it back to black and brown unity, black and brown solidarity. We want them to fight for our rights. They've clearly shown themselves not to ever want to do so. Shout out to our sister Andrea Jones in the building. Much love to you, my sister Queen. Thank you for being here. And also thank you for this comment. Someone is paying this clown. You best be believing. You best be believing. And also, let me give a B1 salute to our sister Andrea once again. Thank you for your Cash App donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my warrior sister. Family, right now, we are in the thick of it when it comes down to the reparations conversation. We are leading the charge when it comes down to the reparations conversation. The NAACP knows this, and also the Congressional Black Talkers know this. They know. You want to know how I know they know? Because we told them. The NAACP had a poll back in 2021. Shout out Zoo Tours in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here. Phil got a Mexican wife? Yeah, but at least he's still standing on business. I'm not going to sit there and take that away from him. I want to show you this. Now, this is from NARC. The same ones who claim to have been fighting for reparations for so damn long, but they still ain't got nothing moved, and we got it moved to the front, foremost in the front of the line within 10 years. Really less than 10 years, because it was the front of the line in 2020. It was the front of the line 2024. So let's get into it. This is from Mogadam Nation. Does the U.S. want reparations for Native Black Americans? The Congressional Black Caucus wanted to know. Let me read that again. The Congressional Black Caucus wanted to know. Let me read that one more time. The Congressional Black Caucus wanted to know. So they wanted to know what we really wanted. And so they put this poll out. Let's get into it, shall we? Respondents answered yes. The CBC ran a poll on Twitter asking which legislative priority of the Congressional Black Caucus do you want to hear more about and remain the most important to you? Respondents could choose one of the following: reparations, voters' rights, the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, or infrastructure. Reparations was a clear winner with 57.5% of the vote. Let me say that again. Reparations was the clear winner with 57.5% of the vote. Voting rights was second with 33.2%, followed by infrastructure with 5.6%, and the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, which was just 3.7% of the votes. Some 4,942 votes were casted. Shout out to our good brother Rashad Wallace in the building, and only us in the building. Shout out to the both of you, and thank you both for being here, family. Now let's look at the poll, shall we? Oh, this is directly from the Congressional Black Caucus. The Congressional Black Talkers put it all up on their Twitter so it couldn't be lost upon anybody, including themselves. Voting rights, 33.2%. Reparations, 57.5%. And infrastructure at 5.6%. And the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act at 3.7%. So these people been knew what we wanted. These people been knew what we're fighting for. These people been knew how to get us back onto the bus, but they refuse. They refuse. They refuse. They send out Ayanna Presley to pull up that fake HR 40 crap, and we said that ain't reparations. We ain't going. They know what the hell they need to do. And they will do it. Even if we got to break every bone on their body to get it done. And I'm not meaning physically, YouTube. I mean metaphorically. I'm speaking facetiously, don't you know? Shout out to Your Highness. Congressional cosplayers, absolutely. Yet they were still throwing lies to us, not paying us our money. Absolutely, absolutely. Being new, and we all haven't voted. Run those money bags. Run those money bags. And this is why, exactly, my sister, and this is why their careers are where they are today. This is why they're having the issues that they're having now. Redistricting and all this other stuff. You're not getting anything out of us because y'all quite knew what we needed and what we wanted, and y'all said y'all not getting anything out of us. So we said you're not getting anything out of us either. Shout out to Damon once again. FBAs need to be completely done with the Coons and Tether Caucus. NAACP, Urban League, keep calling them out on their BS. They're all bootlicking sellouts, and I'm with you 100% fold, family. 100% fold. Like I said, family, we're moving the needle. We're the people who's pushing reparations forward. We are the mouthpieces that has the only credibility in this space. That's it. That's all. And that's why you seeing all these kind of people trying to steal our talking points, like your Joyless Reeds. And I want to play a clip about her trying to steal our talking point as well before I get into what I have to say about them stealing our talking points. Let's go here.
Morning, y'all. Listen, Joyless Reed is something else. I mean, now she on board with the Democrats giving us reparations, all because Trump gave his ilk, I guess, reparations. All of a sudden now she holding the Democrat Party accountable for giving, well, she said descendants of enslaved Africans, which she's being deceptive by that because my ancestors are not African. They're not. It doesn't say that on the paperwork, none of that. So she's another one that's being deceptive. And she knows we're not Africans. She's African, though. We're not Africans. But now she's holding the Democrat Party accountable for giving the descendants of freedmen reparations. But she wasn't doing that on the show. When she had a show, all of a sudden now she wants to. She gets up there with Angela Rye and wants to, being all sassy and talking about the Democrat Party. Stop. And playing dumb at that. Like y'all didn't know the Democrats Party could give us reparations. Stop it. You know what I mean? Stop it. And of course, I guess they think we must be dumb as well. Ma'am, stop. And all of a sudden, she goes from being African, because she's African, I think she's Guyanese and Congolese. She goes from that to being French, because she keeps saying we when she talks about reparations.
Oh, I got you there, my brother. Hold on. I got you there.
We? We.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Nope. You do not qualify for it. Not here on American soil. You do not. I guess you got to go back to your homeland to do that. This is for descendants of freedmen, Sulan, foundational Black Americans, descendants of American slaves. That's what reparations is for. It's not for you, ma'am. And you know that. So stop with the Democrat Party needs to give reparations to the descendants of enslaved Africans. No, they were Black Americans, foundational Black Americans. Because by 1850, they were third, fourth, and fifth generation Americans. Stop. This is what causes division. When you lie and you're deceptive. This is what causes it. So yeah, she's something else. And there's a whole bunch of them out there just like her ass. So yeah. No, ma'am. Y'all, I'm so glad we delineated, y'all. I can't tell you enough how proud I am of us for delineating from these people. I'm so glad. Oh my God. Y'all don't understand how glad I am.
Family, I can hear it in his voice. And trust me, I'm just as happy. I am just as ecstatic. But Joyless Reed wasn't the only person who came out taking our talking points. You already know. We talked about this on the last broadcast. You got Lizard Luke, who came out, and I played all the clips the last broadcast, but this time I was like, let me just go ahead and read from his page, shall we? When I am elected to Congress, I am pushing for reparations for foundational Black Americans, descendants of slaves in America. Reparations means justice, economic repair, land ownership, opportunity, and restoring wealth stolen for generations. It's time for accountability. Make sure you're on the right side of history. Family, that is 180 degrees from the last post that I read from him, right? It says African Americans when mentioning reparations, but then said foundational Black Americans towards the end of his comment. In this one, he made sure that there was not... Luke, were you listening to my last broadcast? What day was my last broadcast? Hold on. Give me 1 second. I know it was Wednesday. What day was that Wednesday? Let me see here. Okay, the 27th. So he did this the day before my broadcast. All right, Luke, I'll give you a little bit there because this is, like I said, this is 180 degrees from where you actually was when I read on Wednesday. And I like the fact, I like this statement right here. I actually really like this statement. This statement was written, and you can quite tell this statement had to be written by a campaign manager or something like that, because, you know, this was very well written. Very well written. When I'm elected to Congress, I'm pushing for reparations for foundational Black Americans, descendants of slaves in America. Reparations means justice, economic repair, land ownership opportunities, and restoring wealth that was stolen for generations. It's time for accountability. Make sure you're on the right side of history. Now, whether I believe them or not, that's not even the case. But I like this. In the very same way, Umar came out sounding exactly like foundational Black Americans. Let's go here.
Dr. Umar seems to be puzzled as to why the Black community is up in arms about the new Voting Rights Act law that was changed in the Supreme Court in April. Because he says that the Democrats have done exactly to the Black vote what the Republicans just did in the legal sense. Dr. Umar says that flooding Black communities with migrants, like they did in Chicago and New York, is another way to dilute the Black vote in those communities. You spread the population out, change who's in the district, and weaken the bloc without ever touching a law. Same destination, different road. And now he says that those same Democrats are crying about democracy while they've been doing the exact same thing behind closed doors. So yes, he's saying the Republicans did it the legal route, but he said that Democrats did their own version of this because they no longer want to be known as the party of Black people.
The Democratic Party supports this as much as the Republicans. Now you're going to say, Art, why would you think the Democratic Party would want to disenfranchise Black voters? Art, let's go back to Joe Biden. What was Joe Biden doing his entire first term of office, Art? He announced it before he even got into office. What did Joe Biden say? He said, I want to fast track 2 million migrants to U.S. citizenship. Remember that? He said, I want to make 2 million undocumented migrants U.S. citizens.
DAFA! I'm sorry, I just had to do that. Shout out to Miss Niecy. Whatever happened to Umar's DAFA organization? Yes, DAFA. Let's continue.
And what did him and Kamala Harris proceed to do, Art? They went to New York City. They went to Chicago. They went to other Black communities, and they started flooding Black communities with South American anti-Black Latino migrants. Why did they do that, Art? They did it to weaken the Black vote. Why would Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, a Democratic president and vice president, want to weaken the Black vote? You know why, Art? Democrats are tired of having to depend on Black people to win the White House. They are tired of being viewed the party of Black people. The Democratic Party is sick and tired of having to answer to Black people who they have never done anything for. So for Black people and Democratic Party plantation slaves who say what the Supreme Court did was an injustice, and it was. But what the Republicans just did, Art, is for the same reason why Joe Biden was flooding the Black community with migrants to do what? Break up Black voting power. The Democrats up predominantly Black voting districts, Art, as much as the Republicans. You know why? Because neither one of them cares about Black people, and neither the Democratic Party nor the Republican Party wants their elections determined by Black people.
All right. Now, I want to say this. Because some people have been telling me, like, I don't want them using our talking points. I want them using our talking points. I want each and every one of them to continue to use our talking points. I want everybody to start using our talking points. That's how you get everybody on the same damn page. Whether they mean it or not means nothing to me. Whether I trust them or not means nothing to me. Take our language and put it into the mainstream. If y'all remember, in 2016, that's what happened with the Democratic Party. Everybody had to be asked the question, do you support reparations for Black Americans? And on a national stage, these people had to answer that question. Salute to our sister Brooke in the building. Much love to you, my warrior sister Queen. The more people steal our talking points, the more it becomes normalized. And that's what we want. We want it to be normal for people to say Black Americans, foundational Black Americans deserve reparations. We want it to be normal for people to run around saying, hey, all of these different immigrants are used to dilute Black voting. We want these people to continuously saying what we're saying. That means our message is getting heard loud and clear. And they know that their message is full of shit. Excuse my French. Now, I know you probably listening, but they know their message is full of crap. They know their message is full of crap. And they know they can't get nowhere without using our message. And that's good because the message is still going to be out there. Now, it is also up to us to make sure the people who was against the message aren't the people who end up, spearheading it. No. But you want to take some of these talking points? Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Because trust me when I say, the world will know the real from the fake. I know leather versus pleather when I see it. The pleather would be falling apart. The pleather ain't going to be as dark as the leather. It's not going to have that leather smell to it. You can water down juice, but it's not going to make the juice taste the same as the juice you poured the water into. So yes, take the message, spread the message, because all you're going to do and all you're doing is bringing more and more people to the actual Black grassroots with the message. You see, you can't be a bootlick using our talking points, using our messaging. I said this in the last broadcast. The second people hear you versus us, they're going to say, well, why do they sound so much more genuine than this person over here? Why is this person always tiptoeing around answering the questions in the way they should be answered? But then they come to the new Black media and they hear our sister Brooke, they hear myself, they hear Black Alpha, they hear Jesse, they hear all of us speaking. Demetra, god dang it, Vicky Dillard, Tariq, all of us speaking, Toria Reigns, KG, they hear all of us speaking, and everybody who hears us say, well, this doesn't sound the way that person was speaking. This sounds more genuine. This sounds more about us. This sounds like there's no other agenda but for us. So yes, it is a good thing. I love it. Continue to use our talking points, because all you're doing is also showing your audience who has always been right and who has to do some flip-flopping to get right. I want to go here because we're changing a lot, family. Y'all remember that song? I'm going through changes. We're going through changes in the Black grassroots, and we're making changes upon the United States' political world. I want to go here. This is how, and y'all remember, in case you haven't seen, I posted a video talking about how Mayor Mundani, and shout out to our sister C. Terry in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, my sister. Mundani apologized, quote unquote, I'm saying air quotes. You can't see them, but I'm using the air quotes, to foundational Black Americans for saying immigrants built New York. But he really didn't apologize. Family, you guys blew that video up in a matter of days. And I've gotten so many comments on that video, and I thank each and every one of you for doing so. I want to show you a few mindsets that we're getting away from. So This is the average mindset of the folks who are a part of the Black grassroots. When we were talking about the situation of we didn't help anybody build America, we built America. And so Crown S in Lessons, much love to her, came in with this fire ass statement. We built the house. They bought a housewarming gift and got comfortable and never went back home. This is foundational Black American thinking right here. We know what the whole situation is. Now, this is the bootlick style of thinking. Tank Davis Conquer says, I will take the apology. It was weak, but he tried. So I had to ask. Oh, Brooks said they didn't even buy a gift. They came in handless. They came in with nothing in hand. Shout out to Brooks. She real on that. Now, I have to ask the question, family. Who the hell accepts an apology on perceived efforts? Please explain. And he responds, you just answered it. The effort I perceived is in the right direction. If his apology turns out to be BS, I will reject it. That's how life works. And as y'all saw, my response, good luck with that. We're not waiting around for people to show us who they are anymore. They already showed us. Maya Angelou said it best: when someone shows you who they are, you believe them. You don't wait around and see. This is the same conversation that ties me back to the conversation we was having in the last broadcast that I did last Wednesday, when the dude shot old boy, opened the door and shot the dude that was trying to hold his lawyer friend hostage. And the police asked him, did you wait until you saw him draw the gun? He said, no. Why the hell would I do that? Why the hell would we sit around and wait to see if his apology is false when you can see that his apology is false already? You can see it in his actions. You can see it with all the deed theft. You can see it with all the excuse me, let me calm it down. You can see it with all of our people that have food trucks out there in New York that's getting towed while you got these illegals out there being able to cook street meat on a corner some damn where off a grocery cart basket. Why the hell do I have to wait to see it? Yeah, we're moving away from that type of thinking, family. We're pushing reparations forward no matter what these devils are saying. Now, I also want to touch on this real quick. This is a little bit different, but it still falls into it. This is on the same video. And this is no disrespect to Sharon Jasper. This is no disrespect, but I am going to have to clear some things up. Sharon said, excuse me, stop saying we're slaves. We were prisoners of war, POWs. We lost a 300-year battle with Europe, and every Black indigenous American wasn't POWs. Also, we didn't come from Africa. All that was constructed to steal our land and resources here in America. They lied about our history. Many of us have to relearn. Before I read my statement, a B1 salute to our warrior brother, Black Truth United. Thank you for your Cash App contribution, my warrior brother. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as always, my brother. And thank you for everything that you do behind and in front of the scenes, just like our good sister Queen Brooke. Now, this is my response. I said, let me be clear. You can try to move away from the slave term, but you're incorrect. There are laws on how POWs can and could be treated. Even then, I went on to say no other person, no other group of people have been treated in the way that we've been treated, even if they were POWs. Let me explain to you what I mean. POWs and slaves are two different things. When you call the slaves POWs, it takes away from everything that the slaves went through. Now, Sharon here, I'm pretty sure, refers to herself as an American Indian. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. But I want you to understand something. The second those POWs, even no matter how they got there, the second those POWs was put on the plantations and raped, pillaged, treated as property, they became slaves. No matter what you feel about that word, that is the proper word. We're not moving away from that word. Why? Because that's what it is. POWs are captured during military conflict. Slaves were people who were legally classified as property. Let me say that again. Slaves were people who were legally classified as property. POWs have never been classified as properties. A POW status is based on the participation in association with wars. See, the slave status was based primarily on ancestry and racial classification. These are different things. And I'm kind of feeling like they're trying to equate the two, or not even equate the two, try to move us away from the slave term, because the slave term is what reparations is about. I mean, if you're POWs, then why do you need reparations? Let's continue. Because when we're talking about prisoners of war, and I wrote this down, I'm making sure I go over each and every one of these points. You're talking about captivity intended to be temporary. Let me say that again. When you're talking about POWs, you're talking about captivity that is initially, quite literally, meant to be temporary. You're not a POW, then your children are born and their children are POWs. And then their children are born and their children are POWs. That's not how it works. Slavery was intended to be a permanent situation, lifelong. And I've already said the children of POWs did not become POWs, but the children of slaves became slaves. I'm breaking this down for everybody who don't understand these terms. I'm breaking it down for everybody who keep on saying we need to get away from the slave term. There are differences, and we have a grievance because we were slaves, not POWs. Even if we were POWs at one time, like I said, the second that they got put on that plantation and they were getting raped, pillaged, god dang it, their children was getting raped, used as alligator bait, being god dang used as sex toys for god dang Europeans that was coming over here for their little sescapades. POWs was not treated like that. And there is no POW around the world that has ever had these experiences. You don't have to like the word slave, but that's exactly what our ancestors were. POWs was not bought and sold. POWs are not bought and sold as property. Slaves are and were. I mean, tell me when I'm wrong, family. We do live fact checking here. And y'all know, y'all be fact checking me from time to time. And I'm like, oh, you're right. This, that, and third. You're correct. Thank you for bringing that up. I might not have the answer for something, and one of you will go and pull it. If I am wrong, I trust my family in the trap to tell me, hey, you know what, church? You're a bit off. You're a bit off. And we can have that conversation. But the fact of the matter is, I know for a fact I'm not wrong. I know for a fact that I'm not wrong. A B1 salute to Star. Thank you for your Cash App donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as always, my family. Listening live, excellent broadcast. Thank you very much, my sister. I appreciate you. What else? What else? Being a POW does not erase a person's legal identity or nationality. Let me say that again. POW status does not erase a person's legal identity or nationality. But the slaves, oh, their nationality was cut off from them. Their legal identity was cut off from them. These are not the same. A POW's captivity was usually tied to a specific conflict. Chattel slavery existed as a permanent labor and social program. You might not like the word, but the term is correct. POWs were expected to be released whenever the war ended. There was no automatic release for slaves. There was no expectation of releasing your slaves. So, with that being said, no, I will not stop saying slaves, because that's exactly the proper term. In the very same way that I won't stop saying illegal aliens, because that is the proper term in the immigration code. Like I said, we're getting away from all that style of thinking. And because we're breeding more and more people who speak like us. More and more people who wants actual policy done for us specifically. Specifically. A B1 salute once again to our sister Brooke and everybody who's up there fighting for reparations. I want to play a few clips for you, if you don't mind. Let's start off first with this sister by the name of Paris Chanel, who went up there and had a few things to say when it comes down to the reparations going on up there.
Reparations are an unpaid debt owed to the living descendants of people who were enslaved in the United States. The debt accounts for both U.S. chattel slavery and the multi-generational systems of harm imposed on their bloodlines post-emancipation. These systems created an unbroken chain, leading back to stolen wealth and land. Lifetime direct cash payments is a starting point. Our ancestors' forced labor built the foundation of the economy. Banks, corporations, industries, universities, and families continue to benefit from that wealth, while descendants for generations have worked to earn what should have been paid and passed down. No one is owed reparations in this country for being of African descent or for their ancestors being enslaved outside of the United States. Genealogical records and government actions prove eligibility and harm. Yet, Senator James Sanders, Assemblywoman Michael Salages, and their 48 co-sponsors chose to expand reparations beyond living descendants to benefit any New Yorker of African descent for vestiges of U.S. chattel slavery. Governor Kathy Hochul sanctioned this unconstitutional framework when she signed those bills into law in 2023. This commission was formed in 2024 and given $5 million. This is now the 20th public hearing. You collected 200 hours of public testimonies for 2 years, yet we haven't seen your work besides your amendment that deprioritizes speakers and the reduced speaking time limits. How convenient, since each year you beg for more time. You collected 200 hours of public testimonies for 2 years, yet we haven't seen your work besides your amendment that deprioritizes speakers and the reduced speaking time limits. How convenient, since each year you beg for more time to do the work. Hochul pushed your 2025 deadline to 2027, and now it's 2029, and granted you protection from being sued. This is supposed to be reparations, yet you've admitted that you still don't have a definition for the word. This
People know exactly what they're doing until they get exposed.
This is supposed to be reparations, yet you've admitted that you still don't have a definition for the word. This operation is like a failed heist in plain sight. You need to rename yourselves the New York State Commission of Harms and add this sanctioned operation to the final report. Sorry, as the final report. Thank you.
Family, to that sister right there, section chocolate. Section chocolate. Put your hands together. That boy good. That's what we need. That's what we need more of. And we're starting to see more and more of it. All because we have unapologetic people out there willing to speak up and speak out. And our sister Brooke just said she was nervous. I hate to see her when she's not nervous. I hate to see her move and speak and do what she do with all confidence. That right there will be a game changer. Just like what she just said was. But you know I can't, you know what I'm saying, play one person. I can't. And, you know, it just so happened that I got my sister in the building here. I got to play her clip, too. You know I got to play your clip, sis. Let's go here.
Last week, Dr. Ron Daniels of NCOBRA, IBW21 organizations that have yet to produce a single actionable plan for real reparations, decided to float the idea of changing or amending the Constitution to allow race-based law. The short-sightedness of this is unbelievable. If you open that door, it doesn't only open the door for Black people, it opens the door for white people to again make race-based law in their favor. That means the same political forces that Democrats claim to fear, yes, the ones that keep invoking Donald Trump to scare you with, would suddenly have power to pass their own race-based laws. That would undo the entire civil rights framework. How does someone claiming to be a reparations leader not see that? Maybe because these legacy organizations like NCOBRA, IBW21, December 12th, have been more successful in securing grants and cushy positions for themselves than securing reparations for freedmen. Family, did you know that these same organizations tried to get grants from the commission written in the bill? Their scheme didn't go through because the U.S. Freedmen Project shut it down. I'm glad that Jumaane Williams brought up the set-asides the Republican president put in place for his base with no study and no commission. This is to all the Democrats in the United States. We now know, and we now have seen that if you wanted to grant reparations, you could. You just simply didn't. Jerica L. Richardson of the Urban League couldn't or wouldn't even state who the targeted group is. What lineage of children qualifies for these baby bonds? Because we've seen that movie before. Vague terms like underserved and urban get weaponized to divert resources away from foundational Black American freedmen and towards everyone else. And let's not forget the street team that you hired with commission funds. A member of the Harlem street team who could barely speak English had the unmitigated gall to tell a foundational Black American freedman to go back to Africa. This is the type of people that you hiring to reach us? Is this the process? If this is the process to address the badges and incidents of slavery, then start by respecting the people who inherited them. Start by naming the lineage. Start by grounding the remedy in constitutional status of freedmen, not in vague racial categories that can be hijacked by anyone with a clever rant writer. I want the Foundational Black American Grant. I want to thank the Foundational Black American Grassroots for funding us to be here today. And to my family in the audience, I would like to actually participate and that would actually like to participate in reaching these legislators. Please send emails by going to BREUCK@calltoaction.com.
Shout out to our sister Brooke. Hold up. Shout out to our sister Brooke. And I love the way she kept on going. Old girl tried to cut her off while she was giving her last bit there, you know, and I love the way our sister, and let me, in so many words, and I'm going to translate it for you. My sister said,
fuck him, goddammit, and fuck anybody with his ass. Yeah.
Shout out to our sister Brooke. This is what I'm talking about when I say we're pushing the needle forward. We are the lead voices when it comes to reparations. We are the lead voices when it comes to our policies. And make sure you guys are sending those emails. Send as many as you can while you're listening to me now. Family, this is what got these folks flipping upside down. We're not looking for coalitions. We're not looking for anybody to stand on our side. If you stand on our side, well, good. But at the end of the day, we're standing on our side. We're speaking for us. Let's be very clear about that. I want to play something for you because it's not going to be, we're not going to play all of it, but we're going to play a little bit of it. I want to go here. Shout out to Grinds TV. I want you to listen to the people that they're sending out to try and combat us because they know they cannot, well, they can attack us, but they can't basically take away none of our talking points. They can't beat us. So I want to play this real quick.
They just want to spin narrative. And so, you know, when I asked the question, you know, talk about what Republicans have done and or what they're not doing or what they are doing, and you just cannot get an answer from them. For black people, let me interject that. For black people, for the black community, you can't get an answer.
They're still waiting on Mexico to cut the check for the wall. Okay, so there's that.
Yeah, you just cannot get an answer.
Said that's
yeah. They just cannot get an answer. And and then the other question that I asked, and I cannot get an answer for this question, which is what is it, I say outside of reparation, what is it that you want to see the Democrats do for the black community outside of reparation?
First and foremost, family, that question in itself is disrespectful. It is a disrespectful question. And it should be taken as such. Outside of reparations, what is it that you want Democrats to do? Why are we speaking outside of reparations? Nobody else is treated like that. You don't go to the Mexicans and say, outside of DACA, what else do you want the Democratic Party to do for you? You don't go to any other H1B1 visa holder talking about outside of your H1B. What do you want the Democratic Party to do for you? No. You folks, and these folks particularly, come with the most disrespectful nonsense they can come with. Outside of reparations, okay, let's play your game. Outside of reparations, damn it, we're talking about an anti-black hate crime bill, a Freedmen hate crime bill. But we shouldn't have to step outside of reparations. That should be included within the reparations. We're not going to allow people to break us down, to remove certain elements so that it's more palatable for other people. You got the game messed up. But let's let my brother Grimes get into it because he's about to go off on this broad.
And you cannot get an answer. Because if some people think that, oh, the federal government is going to zoom in on my block and improve my block, that's just not going to happen. That's being delusional.
Really? Is it delusional when the federal government is putting millions of dollars into areas like, sanctuary cities? And those sanctuary cities are taking that money and putting it into specific neighborhoods. Is that delusional? Was it delusional when the border got cracked open and all of a sudden we started seeing funding go all over the damn place, but then they didn't have nothing for us in the very same way? That everybody was just made very, very aware that the president can crack open that judgment fund? You talking about delusional. I mean, the Jewish community got their own communities inside of communities. Right there in New York. And other places around the United States, but the most famous one is right there in New York. And they're taking everybody's tax money to benefit their communities. It's delusional for ignorant people, for idiots, people who don't read, people who don't understand the political dynamics of this country and how much the federal government actually does for other communities. Shout out to our sister Brooke. Kathy Holcomb just gave $16 million to a historically black neighborhood, but we have been gentrified out of that neighborhood. Family, this is a big problem that we deal with. This is one of the reasons why I know you guys saw the Dr. Dre and Kendrick Lamar went and dedicated the new Centennial High School after putting millions into it. And I'm like, I don't like when these people do these type of things when we've been gentrified out of these neighborhoods. These are things we deal with. And that seemed like some crap Kathy Holcomb would do. Now that we done got the niggers out of there, I'm going to go ahead and give $16 million to that area so that when the headlines read Kathy Hochul gives $16 million to a historical black neighborhood, nobody will research any further to show that we gentrified them out of there. Shout out to you, my sister, and shout out to M. Flower Noy. Chicago is dealing with it too. Los Angeles is dealing with it. Hell, places all up in the Bay is dealing with it. These people are quite literally demonic. They are. But let's let this hoochified hoochie finish.
That shit don't happen like that.
I was waiting
for this. So I asked them, what is it that you want the Democrat Party to specifically do for you and your community outside of reparations?
Well, you know
I
what?
was waiting for you to be dishonest about that, Missy.
Can I say this though?
Well, I want somebody to answer. I still haven't got that answer.
And I did literally
you're never
in Giselle's space and real space today. I literally did because you asked me, Messy, and I gave you an answer in real space.
You did not give any specific.
Yes, I did.
So basically, this woman is going from space to space, asking the same stupid question, making the same stupid points. I wonder if she was paid to do so. Let's continue.
Man, the space is recorded. Don't even tell that cap.
What did you say? What did you
I
say?
literally said in Chicago, I should not be seeing a campaign ad where I'm only hearing F Trump and abolish ICE in the heart of an area that's being gentrified. There needs to be some type of vouchers or some type of assistance in an area. Listen, I said this a number of times on this app. I even said it in Giselle's space. Now you got Mayor Brandon Johnson saying he's going to address that. It's funny that he wants to address it now during election season, but where the hell else? Where the hell were you 3 years ago?
What's the
On that
Pacific?
shit?
You still haven't gave any Pacific. All
I
you gave
just,
is
where
that you
the
don't want
hell
to
are
see,
you, Messi?
you
I
don't want to
literally
see
just
ICE
said
signs,
it.
abolish ICE.
I
and
just said it.
Republicans.
And what did I say
fair.
after that? What did I say after that?
That's not a fair assessment.
And what did I say that it is?
Outside of reparation, what?
The brother bought it. You already know FBAs are the kings and queens of receipts. Why did this woman want to play games? Why does she want to do some fun? She thought this for jokey joke, thought this was play. No, Grimes, you know we gonna have some sort of receipt on you. Let's just go. Let's continue.
Would that list look like for the Black community? Like, what would be the most important issues that you or anybody would see as a priority or a priority and need an improvement? Because, you know, like I said, you know, like you just said too, it's like we always hear what the other party doesn't do, fuck them, this and that, and I'm not, and I, you know, even though I vote them, I don't want to make this question about being pro-Democrat at all. I really want us to try to like open our minds up and say, okay, but I dance for or I promote this other side, but it's like, what can they be doing better that's needed, you know, for us as well as the other side, you know? But it's like I get this vague answer and it's not any specifics. And I did hear you say something about public school, public education, but can things just be expounded upon a little more in detail? And I really am about to get ready to go walk into this doctor's office, but I
Really, Messi's not a woman. Shout out Standing Tall. It's a man, huh? Okay, this would make a little bit more sense. All right, let's continue.
We'll be listening. They're pretty quick, so I'll
So
be
like
back,
for-
okay? But I'm gonna listen.
So like for
Okay.
instance, because, and I personally have brought this up, you see a lot of campaigning from people on a particular side saying F Trump and abolish ICE, but not offering anything to a community, especially when you're standing in the heart of a community which Black people are being gentrified out of their community. So the same way that when these illegals got dropped off in Black neighborhoods and everything was put on the platform, from housing vouchers to cards to EBT assistance and all that. And I'm not saying that we should stay on EBT. I'm just saying assistance for those, especially in a fucked up economic system, especially after COVID. Because it really, they put people up top, really made it difficult for people to get back on their feet. And it even been struggling still when people are working 2 and 3 jobs to get back on their feet because of what they lost due to COVID. So the same thing that was left on the platter, no stipulations whatsoever for new people to come over, they need to get into the people who are already here. And when people try to all lives matter the situation, well, everybody's been affected. No, I'm focusing on Black people because we're the ones who are being gentrified out of our communities. So like I said, the same way that they put everything on the platter, housing, cash, EBT or whatever assistance on a platter for new people, they need to get at the Black people.
Fuck Trump. Fuck Donald Trump. Juliana. Fuck Trump. Fuck Donald Trump. Fuck Trump. They said it, not me. I'm Juliana Stratton. I'm proud to have lived my whole life on the south side of Chicago. I'm not scared of a one. I'm running for Senate to stand up to Donald Trump. I'll abolish ICE and hold Trump accountable for the crimes in the hood, just like they said. Fuck Trump. Fuck Trump. Fuck Nation of Islam. Juliana, fine. That's why I wrote this message.
Shout out to that brother Grimes. These are the type of people that they're sending out to try to combat us, family, and they're not bright. They're dimmer than the light in the light bulb that ain't got no electricity. Dimmer than a dark light with no electricity going to it. That's why they're mad at you, family. That's why they mad at Brooke. That's why they mad at the sister Chanel or Mrs. Chanel. I know that's her last name. I can't remember her first name, but they're mad at her. They mad at Black Alpha. They mad at Afro Elite. They mad at each and every one of us because all of the nonsense that they keep on speaking about, it just isn't really panning out for them. It's getting called out for the nonsense that it is immediately as they bring it, in the very same way that Black Alpha shut down Andy Bashir in every talking point he tried to give them. This is the energy we're on. This is the energy that we're on. And since she asks what else we want outside of reparations, and the NAACP guy was talking about we need alliances with our solidarity with the Browns. Black Alpha, when he went to the rally for reparations, he told the world, along with all the other phenomenal people that was there, told the world, not only do we need reparations, but we also need an anti-Black hate crime bill. I want to go here.
In closing, I want to say this to everybody. I was the first Black activist on the scene in Jacksonville, Florida, during the hate crime last August, okay? It was a regular day, y'all, and I swear to God, it changed my life. I was always passionate. I was always serious. Clearly, I always had a lot of energy. But that changed my life and took it to another level. I was enjoying my day, and I got a phone call about 15 minutes up the road from me. Some brothers and sisters were slaughtered by a white supremacist coward race soldier. I was there in 20 minutes, and I remember the faces. I remember the yellow tape. I remember the stretcher bringing out the bodies. I seen it. But let me tell you what I remember the most. What I remember the most is all my brothers and sisters who said, Alpha, we got your back. Alpha, we praying for you. The ancestors is watching you. And I made a vow that day that I was going to come here on June 15th. And I was not only going to demand reparations, I was going to demand an anti-foundational Black American hate crime protection. And I told them like this. I made a vow to my brothers and sisters was going to get the real story. They wasn't going to get the ABC, the NBC, the CNN. They was going to get the real certified Black story.
Family, I say that to say this. These people know exactly what we want. We've been telling them, we've been letting them know. We've been on stages saying it. We've been in their faces saying it. I didn't send letters. I didn't send phone calls. You didn't send letters. You didn't send phone calls. These people know what is necessary for foundational Black Americans. And these people are quite literally acting as if, oh, well, in order to do anything, we need to get with A, B, C, or D. And that's why I named this broadcast what I named this broadcast. F your coalitions. It's all about Black empowerment. If you are not on board with Black empowerment, do not bring your ass around us. We're the only ones that speak for us in our interests and what really needs to be done. And these people keep trying to play in our faces. And that's how you get a Rick Chow. That's how you get a Rick Chow. Rick Chow is just like the goddamn Chud the Bussy dude. They knew what Rick Chow was over there doing. It was not the first time Rick Chow had done something similar to this. Rick Chow has quite literally been let off the hook one too many times by these white supremacists. And that embodied Rick Chow. That embodied Rick Chow out there in South Carolina. Because nobody held him accountable for the actions that he was doing before it became deadly. So now we got to speak about the Rick Chow situation. And I'm going to go here. Give me 1 second, family. We definitely got to get into this. The Democratic Party is just as responsible as the man who pulled the trigger. Just as responsible, if not more. Give me 1 second, family. right, let's go here. There we go.
This was his third shooting. The jury didn't get to know that, but I'm going to make sure that you know about the 2 previous shootings before Rick Chow was found not guilty for taking the life of 14-year-old Cyrus Carmack Belton. 2015, a woman sold beer and peanuts. Chow says that she then threatened his life, and then she got in a vehicle, so he shot at that vehicle 6 times. Now, thank goodness no one was hurt, but Chow was not charged. Investigators called it self-defense. The second time was in 2018. A man stole oven cleaner. Chow says that that man then assaulted him, so he shot him twice. No charges. Self-defense. The man who stole the oven cleaner, though, he was charged in connection with that case. And then we get to 2023. That's when Rick Chow. Chow said that he stole water. Surveillance video showed that he did not. Cyrus ran from that store, and he ran so hard during the 130-yard chase where Rick Chow was chasing him with a weapon and with his son. Cyrus, this child, ran so fast that he ran out of one of his shoes, and his belongings fell out of his pocket, including a weapon. And then he was shot in the back as he was running away. Chow and his son said that Cyrus pointed that weapon at them, and that's why Chow fired. But they're the only people who say that. The other witnesses say they never saw anything in Cyrus's hand. And according to the prosecution's experts, Cyrus was shot in the back while he was running away. So how would he have been pointing a weapon that was on the ground that had fallen out of his pocket as he ran for his life? And a lot of people want to say, well, a 14-year-old had a weapon. That's the end of the story. Not guilty for Chow. Having a weapon, no matter what age, does not automatically mean someone gets to take your life. Is it A-okay hunky-dory that a 14-year-old had a weapon? No, but that is not the end of this case. I personally do not believe that he was pointing it at Chow or his son. I believe the witnesses that were there that didn't have a relative on the line for going to prison for this. Other people want to say, well, he may have put the water down, but he planned to steal. Planning to steal or even stealing should not be a death sentence. If he stole a bottled water, which he did not, but even if he did, call the police. Put up a sign that says this kid stole a bottle of water, a basic necessity of life, and he's no longer allowed in this store. If a woman steals beer and peanuts, call the police. Put up a sign that says this woman stole beer and peanuts. She's not allowed in this store. If a man steals oven cleaner, put up a sign. Call the police. None of those things should be death sentences. And the fact that people are online saying, well, he intended to steal. Well, he had a weapon. You think that means a 14-year-old child should have died? I hope you'll really think about that. I just wanted to make sure everyone knows about the 2 previous shootings. The jury did not, and I have to wonder if that would have changed their opinion. But of course, since they were self-defense and Chow wasn't charged, of course the jury didn't know about it. I wonder what they'll think about it when they find out. Rest in peace to Cyrus Carmack Belton. Let me know if anything in this video changed your perspective at all.
Family, do you think that things will change once they find out about the other 2 people? No, because you had a bunch of anti-black bigots on the jury. That's the only way you can come to this conclusion. The only damn way. The only way. There is no other way you can come to the conclusion that the man was not guilty when the boy walked into the store, took off his backpack as you requested, left it on the floor. He's on camera taking out 4 water bottles and putting 4 water bottles back. He then realized, because you guys are following him through the store, that I shouldn't be wasting my money here. Why would I spend my money with a bunch of freaking racists? So he goes to leave. And now you guys want to apprehend him as if you guys are vigilantes. And for the people running around here talking about, well, he was intending on stealing. You can't tell me his intent. You wasn't in his skin, nor were you there, nor does any of the evidence show he intended to do anything but leave like he was doing. There's a lot of tethers out there that are trying to make it seem like he was at fault for having a gun. Now, do I agree with that young man having a gun? Let me rephrase that. Do I agree with this boy, because he's a boy, a little kid? Do I agree that this little kid should have had a gun? No, I don't. I don't. But then again, this whole scenario right here just proved why he felt he needed one. Let me say that again. Let me say that again. I got to say that again. Do I agree that the kid allegedly had a gun? No, I don't. But in the same breath, I cannot say that him having that gun wasn't necessary even after this situation took off. Oh yeah, I got a lot of people leaving. I don't care. This is facts. This is facts. You might not like it, but I'm going to tell the damn truth. And I'm ashamed the devil. Let me keep it 100. The boy didn't have to say much. They proved why he needed that damn gun. I want to take you into the courtroom for a bit. In my humble opinion, Rick's son should have been arrested and implemented in this situation as well. The father was granted a not guilty sentence. Now y'all need to go after his son because he was the cause of all of this. Exactly. It should have been a RICO. But then a RICO. Now, if they go after his son, it should have been for assisting in that murder one or whatever the situation may have you. However, let's get into it. This right here will show you that this little piece of shit, and that's what I'm going to call him, a little piece of shit, because he was over 18 years old when this happened, and he was chasing a minor. Let somebody black does that to a white person or an Asian person or anybody else. The kids going to jail, the parents going to jail, everybody's going to jail. But I want to play this little shit lying on the stand.
When y'all left the Shell station, was he trying to get away from you two?
I'm not sure why he ran.
Did he ever stop and ask to shake your hand?
No, sir.
Did he ever run towards you?
No, sir.
Okay. He was running away from you, right, Andy?
I can't speak for him.
Was he running towards you?
No, sir.
Was he running away from you? It's not a hard question.
I guess not to me, yes, sir.
He was trying to get away from where you were, correct?
Could be.
It could be. You and your dad are yelling at him and running after him.
I did not. Outside of the store, I did not yell at him.
You yelled at him in the store.
Well, I called out to him, hey.
And your dad yelled to him when he got out of the store.
And my dad called out hey to him. Yes.
And he ran away from you.
Okay, yes, sir.
I know, I'm asking you. This is your chance to answer my questions. And they're not hard, are they? He ran away from you and your father, did he not?
He did run away from me.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. At any point did he turn and engage with you? You understand that word?
He did not.
Okay. At any point did he stop and turn towards your dad and pull out a gun in the store?
Towards my dad, no, sir.
Did he do that to you in the store?
No, sir.
Did he do that when y'all chased him into Spring Tree? Did he turn around before y'all left the parking lot and point a gun at you?
No, sir.
But you continued to chase him, though, didn't you? And you actually called up to him the first. You called up to him twice, is what you said in your statement, roadside, right?
Yes, sir.
What does that mean? What was the first time you called up with him?
I'm not completely sure.
Okay. So you catch up with him, and then he keeps going, and then he falls, and then you catch up with him again, and that's when the gun thing happens, right?
Yes, sir. He pointed the gun at me.
Okay. And you said he fell. He took 1 to 2 steps after he got shot and fell down.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
or yeah, kind of ducks to the ground and stays on the ground.
Okay. But you testified he took 1 to 2 steps after he was shot and fell to the ground.
Yes, sir.
Shout out to songwriter Sonny. Man, why'd you have to say this? This just makes me laugh right now. He said those subtitles would have been in yellow because I'd be kung fu fighting. Your fist would be fast as lightning, ain't it, brother? I feel the hell out of that. Family, as y'all saw, this man is clearly lying on the stage. You could tell by his body language. You could tell by the fact that he's trying to be very careful with what comes out of his mouth. Oh, that's not the only thing. Hold on. We got more.
You know how to identify them, correct?
If they're acting weird to me, that is.
What is acting weird to you?
If they keep looking up at me,
Okay.
they keep walking around the store, wandering around, and if they keep, checking the pocket or something. All of those combined.
I'm even thinking about times I've gone to a store and left my wallet in the car, walk around for a minute, and then I walk out. Would you put me in your database if I did that?
I would not.
Would you consider me weird?
No, sir.
What if I have my hands in my pockets? I'm dressed like I am now. And I walked around and looked around and I couldn't find what I was looking for, so then I just walked out. Would you tell me that in my pockets?
No, sir.
Wow.
Oh, hey, hold on. Snatch Adams, my good brother. Man, hold up. Because I thought this could be possible as well. And I'm glad you brought it up. So I know that I wasn't the only one that feel this way. The son shot the boy and the father took the rap expecting to go to jail. That was my initial thought too. My warrior brother. That was my initial thought as well. And I hope at some point that can be proven so that this could be a whole new trial and he gets put on it. I promise to God I've been praying for this to be true. Because if they find out that the person who actually pulled the trigger was this kid, or excuse me, this man, ain't gonna be a jury in the world that's gonna let him off. And if they do let him off, it's gonna be worse than this. But I agree with you, my brother. I fully 100% believe that he was actually the culprit. Much love to you, my warrior brother. And I'm happy I'm not alone in that. Shout out to Snatch Channels once again for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold. And I appreciate your contribution as always, my warrior brother. Keep preaching church all day and keep helping the brother out with these because like I said, I pull energy from y'all. That's how I'm able to do what I do here is because I really respect each and every one of y'all and everything that I bring before you. I think about how it's going to affect us. That's why I always give trigger warnings if I need to. I think about how it's going to benefit us and what we can actually move forward with or how to move forward in those situations. And you guys are including in all of that frame of thinking. So I got to give a B1 salute to each and every one of you. But let's continue.
You didn't touch anything.
Okay, I have my hands in my pockets. I'm looking up at you. I'm looking down.
I want you to hear what they asked him because originally he's being asked how can you tell if somebody looked like they're getting ready to steal? And this was his answer.
You know how to identify them, correct?
If they're acting weird to me, that is.
What is acting weird to you?
If they keep looking up at me,
okay.
They keep walking around the store, wandering around, and if they keep, checking the pocket or something. All of those combined.
I'm even thinking about times I've gone to a store and left my wallet in the car, walk around for a minute, and then I walk out. Would you put me in your database if I did that?
That is another fantastic question, Southern Breeze. I'm gonna have to look into the forensic reports, because if they never tested his hands, then it is quite literally possible that he was the culprit. The father, if he took the gun from him, then yeah, he would have residue on his hands as well. But there should be no reason for this dude to have residue on his hands if he wasn't the shooter. So that's another good point. Thank you for bringing that up, Southern Breeze.
I would not.
Would you consider me weird?
No, sir.
The prosecutor asked him, would you consider me weird? He said, no, sir. He didn't say it depends on whether you're looking up or looking down, if you're digging in your pockets. All the things that he gave for black folk, that didn't even come into account when the prosecutor asked him, would you be doing the same thing to me? Would you look at me weird? The prosecutor asked him straight up, and his answer was no.
What if I have my hands in my pockets? I'm walk around for a minute and then I walk out.
Walking around the store, wandering around, and if they keep me on checking the pocket or something, all of those combined.
I'm even thinking about times I've gone into a store and left my wallet in the car, walk around for a minute, and then I walk out. Would you put me in your database if I did that?
I would not.
Would you consider me weird?
No, sir.
What if I have my hands in my pockets, I'm dressed like I am now, and I walked around and looked around and I couldn't find what I was looking for, so then I just walked out. Would you tell me that in my pockets?
No, sir.
Why?
You didn't touch anything.
Okay, but I had my hands in my pockets. I'm looking up at you. I'm looking down. Let's say I did. Let's say I took some waters out and I put them back. Did you chase them?
Would depend if I could see what you were doing. If I couldn't see, then I wouldn't know what you were doing.
You could see which side, could you not?
Not completely, no, sir.
So you weren't sure? You weren't sure?
I believed you had pocketed something.
You believed he had?
Yes, sir.
Okay, why did you believe that?
Because of the things that happened in the store.
Okay. So he had his hands in his pockets?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You testified you watched him when he walked in?
I saw him walk in.
Yeah. So he put his backpack down?
Yes, sir.
Correct? And then the defense offered defense 6, and he said, yeah, that's how he looked when he came in.
Yes, sir.
Okay. If he had a bulge in his pocket when he came in, why wouldn't he have a bulge in his pocket when he left? This is your exhibit.
Well, I was mainly just seeing him put the backpack on the...
Under direct, you told the lawyer that this is how he looked, and this is what you saw when he came in the store.
Yes,
He
sir.
clearly has a bulge in his pocket when he comes in the store. Why wouldn't he have a bulge in his pocket when he left the store?
I was not focused on the bulge when he came in.
You just testified that this is what he looked like, and this is what his pocket looked like when he came in.
Looking at the picture, yes, sir.
You identified this as being him, how he looked when he came in.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I ask you again, if he had a bulge in his pocket when he came in, why would you harass him and say he's got a bulge in his pocket when he left? You see what I'm saying?
I did not notice the bulge when he came in.
My sister, Ms. Williams, I'm a say he's putting on an act, because a shy person don't just take off out of the store chasing down somebody. Shy people don't do that. I know for a fact. I've dated several shy people. I have shy friends who I consider to be brothers, and it's hard enough getting them out of the house. They're not about to sit here and run somebody down the street. But I could see how you would come to that conclusion. He sounds shy, but I think he's putting on an act. Thank you for that comment, though, my sister.
That day.
Okay. And then you talked about, yeah, this is the bulge I saw that he had in his pocket. This is your exhibit that you just introduced to the lawyer. This is
In the picture, I see the bulge.
Okay. You see the water bottles in his pocket?
I cannot see it in the pocket. Yes, sir.
Well, why? You identified something black and a bulge in his pocket. See that?
I did.
But the reason this is an evidence is because you identified it through your lawyer.
Okay.
You don't recognize this from 10 minutes ago.
I mean, I see like the shadow of the pocket, yes, sir.
Do you see a water bottle in his pocket?
I cannot see into his pocket.
What do you see in his pocket?
Sorry.
Can we? I guess we can.
All right, family. So, like I said, me sitting in the court, if I was on the jury, there would be no way that anything that this kid was saying, this dude, this man, I don't know why I keep calling him the kid got killed. But this man, there would be nothing that this man could say that I would actually believe. Your credibility is shot right here. And I do mean shot. Let's go to the next clip. Oh no, family. I got several of these clips because he got destroyed. The prosecutor got pissed the hell off at this point in time because, god dang it, he asked a simple damn question. And then the defense attorney tried to turn it back around on the victim. And the prosecutor got warrantedly pissed the hell off. Let's go here, family.
The shooting doesn't happen if everybody stays in the Shell gas station that day, correct?
Everyone? Yes, sir.
He says the shooting doesn't happen if everybody stays in the Shell gas station that day, right? Right? A simple answer is correct. Yes. If I'd have stayed inside of that goddamn gas station, nobody would have seen a gun. Nobody would have got shot. Nobody would be on trial. But, of course, this is exactly how they get into the victim shaming and the victim blaming starts like this.
It doesn't happen, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm correct in saying that is what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Shooting doesn't happen if everybody stays put in the Shell gas station, correct?
Yes, sir.
Notice how he looks at the defense attorney because he did not want to answer that type of question. The defense attorney 9 times out of the 10 instructed him not to answer that type of question because they are trained. Anytime a defense attorney puts anybody on the stand, they have been properly trained in order to get on that stand. You better goddamn understand that. So they go through all these different scenarios, all these different tactics. They train you on how to be a good witness. But apparently, he's over there looking at them, looking at the defense attorney, and watch how they try to blame the victim.
It doesn't happen if Cyrus doesn't put a gun on you either, correct?
Correct.
He said it doesn't happen if Cyrus hadn't pulled a gun on you either, correct? And he says correct.
Thank you. No further question. You don't even know there's a gun if you stay in the gas station. Right? You don't even know there's a gun if you stay in the gas station. You don't even know there's a gun if you stay in the gas station. You don't even know there's a gun if you stay in the gas station.
Family, let me say this because I've heard some takes where some people say that they don't think that the DA did all that he should have done. This is a common sense goddamn case. You can see here the DA even got visibly and audibly frustrated by the nonsense that they were saying in that damn courtroom. This is supposed to be an open and shut case. And the fact that he had to quite literally raise his voice because it was full of crap. It was full of nonsense. That should show you how on code all these people were. I'm not going to take away his job. I'm not going to, take away the job that he did because, like I said, I watched a few of these clips and I watched a few of his questionings and I watched the forensics. We're about to get into the forensics of the situation as well, not the pathologist. We're going to get into that as well. However, I watched these things and I don't think that he did a bad job. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't like the fact he lost, but I don't think he did a bad job. I think that there was way too many of these supremacists on code in there, though. Now, could he been a part of that? Maybe he was putting on a good act. I don't know. But from what I'm seeing, he's laying it flat out.
You don't even know there's a gun if you stay in the gas station. That's right, Your Honor. You don't know he's got a gun if you stay put in the Shell gas station, correct?
Yes.
Stay put in the Shell.
Now, this is another reason why I said I'm not going to say he didn't do a good job. Because look at the way you could tell his body language. This man is pissed the hell off that this is what they're using at this point in time. Not only did he yell it from his desk, and you can hear the defense attorney talking about, Your Honor, basically saying objection, but he can't object to the question. What he's doing is objecting to the fact that of the way that he presented the question. He's yelling. He's not following procedure, Your Honor. That's what he's doing. And so then the prosecutor, you can see visibly angry. The way he walks up on the stand, he's visibly angry. The way he's telling him, if you would have kept your Asian ass, he didn't say that, but I'm throwing that in there. If you would have kept your Asian ass in the Shell's gas station, none of this would have happened. And that is the fact of the matter. That is the fact of the matter. Oh, that's a good question. He said, did the mother massage the entire jury? Gave him one of those happy endings. Oh, man. Watch how he walks up to him once he says, Your Honor.
Right? Your Honor. Gas station. There's a gun if you stay in the gas station. That's right? Your Honor. You don't know he's got a gun if you stay put in the Shell gas station, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm correct.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, you step down, sir. All right, I think now is a good time to break for lunch.
The judge felt the tension in the room. It's like, you know what? I think my supremacist is getting off code right here. I think that he just don't like the fact that that he just said that. So let me go ahead and take a little lunch break. We're going to take a break. That's how I just took this situation. Because like I said, this is common sense. This is a goddamn open and shut case. You pursued a child down the street for 130 yards. That is more than a freaking football field. And then claim that he turned around, but that's not what the pathologist has to say. No, let's get into what the pathologist has to say, shall we? Because like our family just said, they think we stupid. Songwriter, you ain't right. She makes bananas cry. You ain't right. You are not right. Let's go here, because we got to get to the pathologist. This is what the pathologist had to say.
Testimony is we're on flat ground. Okay. Okay, and you're standing upright in a shooter stance. Would you expect this trajectory if I'm hunched over running?
Yes, that would make more sense.
Okay. Now, would you expect this trajectory if I was turned in any way like this?
Not from right behind you, no.
Okay. But you would expect this trajectory, would it be consistent with somebody running away in a runner's stance with their back directly towards you?
Yes, if I fired the weapon from here with you in that stance.
Okay.
Essentially, would you just twisted just a tiny bit, that would be consistent.
If I'm for some reason turning around and aiming at you, like I'm doing now, is it possible to have this trajectory?
No.
Thank you, Professor. In your expert opinion, were you able to determine the cause of death?
Yes.
Okay. What was the cause of death?
The cause of death was a gunshot wound to the torso.
In your expert opinion, were you able to determine a manner of death?
This is considered a homicide.
Nurse, I think that's all the questions I have for you. I probably was not sure.
Okay, I hope so. Sharpie. It will not wash out.
So you have the man openly admitting that if he would have stayed in the Shell's gas station, none of this would have ever happened. He's openly admitting that he racially profiled. He's openly admitting that the prosecutor was correct. And now you have the pathologist proving everything that was said by the prosecution. When I talk about them being on code, I mean it. You can bring in all the evidence to show that they're responsible. And the dominant society must protect their model minorities. Now, contrary to popular belief, model minorities was not a term created by other minorities. No. That was a term created by the dominant society to protect their model minorities. We're going to get into that as well. But let's continue a bit. I'm not going to play the not guilty verdict because listening to his mother go into tears, it hits me in the stomach. It hits me hard. It is a trigger for me. So I'm not going to play that one. What I will play, though, is this lying ass defense attorney. Now, this is one of the defense attorneys that I'm about to play. The main defense attorney was a black guy, and I can't remember his name. Give me 1 second. Hold on, because I'm about to pull up his name. This man should not be able to move freely throughout any black city ever. He should be ostracized and ran out of goddamn town. One second, family. Attorney John Mobley. Attorney John Mobley. Hold on, let me pull up a picture of him. Hold up, let me pull up a pic. Give me 1 second, family. This man should never be allowed in any black community ever. This man should be ostracized and ran out of town. This is attorney John Mobley. Mobley, excuse me. Mobley. 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 This is the coon that sat at the head chair. While these bastards unalive our children, you got these boot licking, tap dancing, I can't wait to get a check ass niggas running around here trying to protect the same people who's unaliving us. And to that, I must say,
you's a cool nigga.
You are somebody that should never be allowed to come around any of us. Ever. Anywhere you are, you should be getting ran off the block. Anywhere you are. I don't give a damn. And some people say, well, you know, a lot of attorneys believe that, hey, you know, everybody deserves a defense. That does not mean you need to be the one that defends them. You defended them twofold. You defended them in a court of law and you defended them optically. People look at this situation like, well, he can't be racist because he hired a black man. But the black man ain't just working for the black man. No. The black man is working for the Nabisco who pays his check, who writes his check, who cashes his check. So God dang it, at the end of the day, this was a decision that he made and he needs to go down with this decision. This is my oath to all of you. I so humbly swear that as soon as I receive my license to practice law, as soon as I pass the bar and receive that license, I will never take any case from anybody that harms a foundational Black American man, woman, or child. That is my solemn promise to you all. As an attorney, I understand things need to be paid for because motions and things like that are very expensive. But you have a choice as of who you're going to represent. And when you make the choice to represent somebody who's not only chased down our child and unalived him, but who's been known for doing it 2 to 3 other damn times. Yeah, you shouldn't have took up the job. And if your boss forced you to, then you should have left and made it public to the world. I did not want to take this case. And my manager, my boss, the person, the partner that runs the firm tried to threaten me so that I could take the case. And then guess what would happen? The Black grassroots would get behind you and you would become somebody who would be revered in the Black grassroots. Why? Because you, sir, stood on principle. Especially in a case like this. I cannot stand any attorney that is willing to give up what is right, especially when it comes down to their own goddamn communities, just to get a goddamn check. My goal when going into law is to, yes, have my own practice. Yes, I will be defending people. I'm going to be practicing criminal. I'm going to be practicing family. But all that is just so that I can have funding to do my pro bono work in the community. That is the whole goal. So when I see these type of bootlicking, tap dancing, coon ass niggas with a suit and tie on who has the title of attorney, who does these things. It sickens me to the core of my stomach. This man should not be able to live in peace. Rick Child should not be able to live in peace. His son should not be able to live in peace. Yeah, they sold that damn department store. They sold the shells. They needed to. There was no other options. But family, all my family out in South Carolina, the next step is to find out what other businesses he owns. What other businesses does his family own, and run them out of those freaking cities too. Let's get to what the goddamn Nabisco behind the tap dancer had to say. This is the Nabisco behind the tap dancer. Didn't I say they put out a tap dancer because of optics? He can't be racist because he got a black lawyer. But the person behind the black lawyer, the person behind it all, the person who runs the firm is the Nabisco. And watch how the Nabisco, once again, tries to put the fault on Cyrus.
Obviously, behalf of the Childs were very pleased at the jury deliberations and their verdict. We think it was the appropriate verdict in this case, although it was a difficult decision to come to, because you have two different stories, two extremes differences. You have, on the one hand, Mr. Child, who we always contended was defending his son. He was not trying to hurt the young man. On the other side, you had the young man who...
Now, family, let me tell you how you know he's lying. Because originally, the original defense was supposed to be stand your ground. He was supposed to have stood his ground. The court threw that out. Said that he could not use that as a defense. Because the victim was running away. You can't claim to be standing your ground, but yet you're chasing the person in which you're supposed to be standing your ground against. This is the same reason why Chud the Builder, Daisy the Bendover, can't use stand your ground. Because he was the antagonist. And so was Rick Child and his son, and maybe even his wife. Shout out to Beauty with Brains. May the Most High curse. Let me read, because I was about to say something else. May the Most High's curses find you too, Nabisco. And I'm with you 100% fold. I was just going to be a little bit more vulgar. Thank you for being so sweet with that. Shout out to you, my sister Queen. Oh, yeah. Hey, watch the Most High work. Oh, you doing this in the age where ABK has been showing up and showing out? The ancestors have been showing up and showing out, and you just put Cypress with the ancestors? Oh, you think that you're just going to live a peaceful freaking life? Oh, no, no, no. No, 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 no. You're going to learn. And watch what I say. You are going to learn. And so are the rest of these folks. What ancient technique did they use to summon a rare black lawyer Pokemon? They didn't summon a rare. See, that's the thing. They didn't summon a rare black lawyer Pokemon. They summoned the common coon lawyer Pokemon. See, the rare black lawyer Pokemon, that would be me after I get the law degree. Somebody who actually want to fight for black people. Who actually want to get things done for our community. Another rare black lawyer Pokemon would most likely be Johnny Cochran, because if it wasn't for Johnny Cochran and my dad telling me that we were related, we were cousins, I wouldn't have felt the need that I needed to become the next Johnny Cochran after he was, in my opinion, taken out. And my whole thing has been, since Johnny is no longer here, we need another Johnny. And if we need another Johnny and we don't have another Johnny, then I need to be that Johnny. That's why I'm here. That's my cause. That is my calling. And that's what I'm fighting for. So the rare black lawyer Pokemons, you got to be asking yourselves, how did we pull these? You know what I'm saying? What did we do? What was the ancient technique that we pulled in order to find the rare black lawyers? Because the rare ones come to fight for you. The common coon Pokemons, they go to fight for everybody damn else. But thank you for that, family. That was a hilarious analogy there, and I'm glad I was able to flip it. Oh, man. Shout out to Nene. I appreciate you, and I'm working hard to make sure that I can get there. Trust me when I say. This is something that has been instilled in me since I was little. My older brother, he's 2 years older than me. And when we were little, he used to say all the time, I'm going to be a doctor. And I used to say all the time, I'm going to be a lawyer. But that was before I saw the need to be. He went on his path. I went on my path. I ended up going into music. I ended up taking an alternate route. I didn't go directly to college and all this other stuff. I actually lived a little bit. And I think that that's actually going to make me a better attorney, you know, because I have not just experience in the real world, but with real people. So my cousin asked me yesterday, he was like, you know, we was having a conversation. Well, it wasn't yesterday. It was when I was in Los Angeles. We was having a conversation about this, and he was asking me about how things are going with the law situation. I was telling him, and he was like, you know what? I always thought that you would go into politics. And I said, you know what? I still plan to do so. But I plan to get my law degree first, because if at any time I need to jump out of the political realm to go and defend somebody in my community, I want to be able to do that. And not just that, I can take the law that the whole education that I got from the law situation, and I can then use it for policy and to push more policy and to do things that, you know, only lawyers can do who are also in office. So I say all that to say this. The Most High has his hands on all of us, and the Most High gives us all a task. And whether you know it or not, we're all in the middle of our task. Each and every one of us. Each and every one of us is in the middle of doing whatever the Most High has bestowed upon us. And because of that, the ancestors is moving and moving expeditiously. Shout out to Cooking with Miss D. Church, the Most High will see you through this appointment process. This anointed process. You are going to be an excellent attorney. Thank you, my sister Queen, but only because I'm going to be excellent for my people. Like, you can't separate the two. That's something that I learned from Johnny. Johnny had a white wife and everything, but you cannot separate him from wanting to work for his people. The last thing that we know that Johnny was working on was reparations. When he saw how the system treated our people, he became one of the most fierce defense attorneys out there. And I got to give it all to him and to the Most High. Because even though I wanted to become something, the person that I idolized in that area expertise was taken out, in my opinion. And the Most High then told me, now it's your turn. We all have purpose. So whenever anybody is talking about what we're doing here, we're living in the purpose, whether they know it or not. Church, I see teaching our future young FBA lawyers. Absolutely. If the Most High calls me to do it, I'll open up my own damn law school, because a lot of these law schools have rules for these lawyers as well. You can't teach certain things. But I digress. We have people like Professor Alon out here doing the work as well. He's another person that I can look up to in the field that I'm in, and seeing him being so proud of his students that he's teaching to actually stand on business for us, going out into the real world and graduating and things like that. That warms my heart just as much as it warms his. If you are for this cause, you're going to be for this cause. We're under a race war. This is a race war. Shout out to Jason Black. And we should never, ever, ever forget that. Because there are so many people trying to convince us to forget that. Let me play this a little bit more.
Had a semi-automatic pistol and pulled it and our position is he pointed it at Andy Chow, and his father had to defend his son. And it's tragic. I feel sorry for the family, as I said during my opening statement.
Toby, to be me, excuse me. Thank you very much. No, you're absolutely correct. And I apologize. I mixed him up with somebody else. You're right. Johnny Cochran did have a black wife. You're absolutely correct. And I apologize for making that. See, this is why I adore you all. Fact checks real time. Real time. And you're right. I just confused him with somebody else, and I apologize for that. Thank you very much, to be me. And thank you for correcting that. Now let's let him continue.
My heart goes out to them, but 14-year-old kids should not be roaming the streets of Columbia or South Carolina with semi-automatic pistols loaded and ready to fire.
Oh, yeah, eliminated the top
Al Sharpton at home.
The difference?
Yeah, what do you think struck the jury?
Well, I think the difference was this. Andy Chow was following him out of the store and down the street. We always took the position that Rick Chow, the defendant, that was not his objective. His objective was he was going to protect his son, and that's what happened. So we tried to separate the two different issues. One from Andy Chow, who was following him down the street, and the father who was trying to protect his own son.
So you're saying Andy Chow should be the one on trial, correct? So you threw the son under the bus in order to save the father, is what you're telling me. That's what I'm hearing. So Andy Chow should be on trial, correct?
And any parent in that position would have done the same thing, in my opinion.
No. Why would you, as a, 50, 60-year-old man, chase a 14-year-old 130 blocks to protect your son who's chasing said, come on, family. The man who's chasing the 14-year-old, you're chasing in order to protect the man who's chasing the 14-year-old. Make it make sense. Can anybody make it make sense? If you were to call the police If you were to call the police and say, somebody just stole from our store and ran out, I think I'm going to chase them. The police would tell you, do not chase that person. In the very same way that they told George Zimmerman not to chase Trayvon Martin. Yeah, that alone should have been a conviction. That alone should have been a conviction. The fact that you shot him in his back should have solidified it. The fact that you shot him in his back should have solidified it. The fact that you shot him in his back should have solidified it. Family, I don't care if that kid had a water bottle, a Sprite bottle, a bag of chips, a cup of coffee, some Jolly Ranchers, some gummy bears. I don't give a damn what he had in his hand. There is no product on this planet that warrants you taking anyone's life. All your products is insured, right? They're supposed to be. You can call the police, right? You're supposed to. You have your wall of shame to make sure these people do not come back in. And if they do, you can see them on the wall of shame and call the police, right? That's what that wall is supposed to be for. And these are the people that the Democratic Party keep on telling you we need to have a healthy coalition with. These are the people that the Democratic Party says to you are your allies. These are the people who they tell you you need to be fighting for out there in the streets because ICE is picking them up left and right. Let's let them continue.
You protect the children.
When do you anticipate Mr. Chow will be released?
He'll be released tonight. He's being taken down to the jail now. There'll be a discharge issued, and we expect that he'll be released sometime tonight. Maybe a couple of hours, but he'll be released tonight.
How is he feeling about the verdict?
Relieved. I mean, this has been an ordeal for the family, both families. I mean, there's no joy about the suffering of the other family, but Mr. Chow and his family, and we've had a lot of contact with him and his wife and his two boys, and they've suffered as well.
Let me say this real quick as well. Shout out to be me as well, and I appreciate this because I said I was going to talk on this. I was going to speak on the boycott situation. Family, I want to let you know whether or not we boycott them does not matter. Let me say that again. I have to say it again. Whether or not we boycott them does not matter. Whether or not we boycott them does not matter. Now, am I for the boycott? Absolutely. But I don't want you to think it's going to make a difference because I need you all to understand that almost all of these immigrant businesses are subsidized by the American government in some shape, form, or fashion. In the very same way that the same Asians sat there and lied on us during the COVID-19 and said that, oh, well, you know, they're messing with us. They're saying we're this, we're saying that they're calling us this, they're calling us that. They're not shopping with us. They're saying we cost this. And what did the government do? They passed a hate crime bill for them and then put subsidies behind it, $50 million. I'm all for boycotting. But at this point in time, damn the boycott because they're still going to get funding. We need to run their ass out of our neighborhoods. That is how easy and simple it needs to be. Anywhere they have a business, if it's in a black neighborhood, that business needs to be ran the hell out. We need to be making noise outside of their business every damn day, blocking people from coming in, blocking them from coming in, letting them know, hey, you could be next, sir. Boycotting is cool. Don't get me wrong. I don't disagree with boycotting. My only thing is they're not in our communities just because of our dollar. You always have to remember they've been put in our communities. And when the government puts people in your communities, they subsidize them for as long as it takes. So yes, withhold all your money from all of these people. I'm with you on that. I'm with you 100% fold. But I want you all to understand that that will not be enough to get them out of the community. We got to get them out of there. Because when we stop spending money, next thing you know, there's a whole new bill talking about, they're hating on our, they don't like us, they're being violent towards us again, and the 50 million wasn't enough, so we need some more. I don't want to cause anybody to feel doubtful or dreadful or anything. Whatever you feel is necessary, make sure you do it. But I also want to make sure everybody is educated about how these people are able to become some of the wealthiest people in this country and overstep us. This is the same thing that happened with Elon Musk, and you can thank Obama for that. Elon Musk would not be as well. Obama. So I appreciate you for saying that, but I also want people to be realistic. You can stop spending money with them, but will the tether stop spending money? Probably not. Will the government stop giving them money? Most likely not. In the very same way that no illegal can come to this country and just say, I came with $1 in a dream, and all of a sudden became wealthy. That's exactly what's happening here. Shout out to Space Saver. Much love to you, and thank you for being here. It's get back season. If you ain't on that, watch out. And I'm with you 100 damn fold. Shout out to songwriter Sonny once again. He says every day after you eat, order their food and never come pick it up. Yes, this is the type of thinking that we need to be on. Just randomly call different stores and order stuff but never pick it up. Put it to their food waste cost. Shout out to Sonny for that, god dang it. See, this is why we come together, we get together, we politic. This is why we have these conversations. This is why we get together to converse, because you bring ideas, we bring ideas, I bring ideas, you bring ideas, and then the world benefits from them. Let's let them continue.
During the last couple of years, it's been very traumatic to them, and they didn't know what the end result was going to be. They did not prevail at the stand your ground hearing, so that obviously added some additional pressure. But now he's free to go and do whatever he's going to do. They sold the gas station, so that's not the option anymore.
Notice the lawyer tells everybody right then and there, they sold the gas station, so that's not an option anymore. Notice he didn't say they sold all of their businesses, so they're not options anymore. So that means there's more businesses somewhere in the background. Hey, Rick. Mr. Hurry Up and Buy. We're coming for those businesses too. I'm coming for each and every one of those businesses. I'm looking into you like you're a part of my genealogy. And you know why I'm speaking so calm? Because I'm speaking directly to you, Rick. You might just see this one day. You might just think that you can get rid of one business and the other businesses will survive. No, sir, you're on my radar. And once you're on my radar, my shit list, oh, it just becomes more and more stinky every day. Yeah, I'm on you. And as soon as I figure out what your other businesses are, guess what? I will be plastering it out all over my network. I will be plastering it out all over the internet. You're going to learn you fucked with the wrong ones. Now, family, some of this I might have to come back tomorrow to do a part 2 because I got so much more to show you that's connected to this case. And yeah, I might have to come back somewhere around 3 p.m. tomorrow because I don't want to. It's bad enough on Wednesdays I dig into our brother Afro at least time, but I don't want to do it 2 days in a row. We don't do that. I don't like that. So what I want to do here, I want to show a couple more things here. Couple more things, just a couple. I want to show you this young lady that actually used to work for Rick Chow. Let's go here.
I used to work for Rick Chow and I'm ready to tell my story. No cap. So it's not funny at all, honestly. I don't know why I'm smiling. I'm smiling because I didn't make this video 3 times. But where the fuck do I start? That was one of the worst experiences I've ever had in my life. Okay. So first of all, my main training, my job training, what they needed me to get down packed was how to not get stole from. They barely gave a fuck about anything else. My whole training was don't have long conversations with the customers, they might steal. Watch the customers while they walk around the store, especially if they come in a group, they might steal. Shit like that. Rick used to micromanage the fuck out of me. He was always looking over my shoulder. I couldn't make a mistake and it fly. Every mistake came with like a 2-hour lecture. Mind you, he chose to own this store in the middle of the hood. I'm not even trying to be funny. The store, if you go look on Google Maps, is in the middle of a whole bunch of apartment complexes, and he knew that, and he expressed that to me. Why did he express that to me? Because he wanted me to watch out for thieves, because he automatically assumed that these low-income Black people were going to steal from him.
So, family, what this young lady just explained was the fact that Rick Child, he already knew the neighborhoods he wanted to go into. He already knew that he was putting his store in a very poor neighborhood. Now, here's the thing. When these supremacists bring you over here to open up your businesses, oh, you better believe they're not telling you that you have to just go to the hood. They're giving you a map of Black districts, Black locations, Black communities where there is no businesses or things that they quite literally would need. Like this business, even though it was a shell, it was actually what's it called? Convenience store. It was actually a convenience store because the area that he selected is in the middle of a damn food desert. So he picked a place where he knew it was already people who were not just poor, but destitute. And he decided to put his store there. Knowing this, she should have been a character witness. Let's continue. Shout out to Negroes by Blood, my brother. Much love to you.
Not only that, if you did get caught stealing from him, he was going to screenshot the video footage, print it out, write what you stole on the printed out paper, and plaster it somewhere in the store. Right hand of God. I don't know why I didn't see that as a red flag when I clocked in. But so
I feel you, sis. Shout out to our good brother Zavon Scott in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, as well as our sister Darlene Chestnut in the building. Much love to you, my sister Queen. Thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as always, my warrior sister. And let me also give another B1 salute to our good brother Snatch Adams. Your donation is blessed 10 times over, and I appreciate your contributions as always as well, my warrior brother. My Asian Uber driver just canceled the ride. He must have seen the name and knew it was FBA. Oh, man. I'm not laughing that they canceled the ride. I'm laughing that it's just crazy that it happened during this time while you're in the middle of listening to this broadcast. It is not funny, but damn it, damn these goddamn people. Shout out to my good brother Snatch Adams. God dang. Hold on, I need a drink of water for that. Oh, bro, that I'm not laughing at you, family. I promise you I'm not. I'm just saying, like, God dang it. The Most High work the way the Most High work, God dang it. Hey, at least Uber ain't charging me. I feel you. I feel you. I am not gonna lie. Cause Lyft messed me up in Los Angeles. I gotta still call tomorrow and make sure they put my funds back on my card. But shout out to you, my warrior brother. Shout out to our sister Starte Jones in the building as well. Much love to you, my sister Queen. Thank you for being here, as well as Your Highness. I got to give you another shout out. Haven't heard a peep from the Democrats. Not one. Not one. Notice, and this is what I was going to say. Not only have you not heard a peep from the Democratic Party on this situation, you haven't heard a, you know what, Carmelo, this situation, and there's another situation going on. You know what? I'm just going to show you guys. Hold on. Let's just finish this out and then I'll show you.
one day I clock in and I'm walking around the store to get me a snack. I go to his office to ask him, can he ring me up? This man already watching me from the cameras. And I don't mean the simple, like he got the cameras up, but he doing some other shit. No, he got two monitors. He got his hand on the right mouse and he looking at the left computer. I can tell he's watching me. I'm the only person in the store. It wasn't even no customers. From that moment on, I could not work at the store by myself. I always had to have somebody on the register with me. If I was having a friendly conversation with the customer, he would get on my ass. He would pull me aside. Another 2-hour lecture. You can't be talking to the customers because they might take that as the opportunity to say, man, come on, bro. If you was that worried about getting stole from, why did you pick this store in this area? Tell me that. And it's not like, oh, we in a beauty supply store or we in a convenience store. Motherfuckers stealing cup noodles and Bud Lights and fucking peanut M&Ms, nigga. Come on, bro. Write it off on your motherfucking taxes, bro. And killed that boy over a water bottle that he didn't even steal. He dropped it when they started chasing him. So
No, he didn't drop it when they started chasing him, sister. He actually put everything back. I seen that for myself. But continue.
It's legal to kill somebody over an attempt to steal, and you can't even be like, oh, that's Trump's America, because no. This shit that happened to so many goddamn people in this country way before Trump had a hold on anything.
That's facts and more facts.
I won't say anything. But how the fuck is that right? I can't believe that man was found not guilty, bro. Like, especially after having my own experience with him and seeing how much they left out in court. I mean, I know some stuff ain't relevant, but boy, they would have called me as a character witness, which they wouldn't have known to because he never paid me. I was never on his payroll. I worked at his gas station for a week and he never paid me. Like I said, he was micromanaging me, so I blew up on him in front of a bunch of customers and he fired me in front of all of them customers. That man don't give a fuck about nobody but him damn self. I hope I catch him in the streets. I might do something to him. I'm just playing. I'm just playing Richland County Sheriff Department. That was a joke.
To this sister, if you ever come across this video, let me say this to you. That man still owes you money. He owes you double time for every day that he did not pay you. You need to be filing a complaint with the labor board. If he fired you and never paid you for whatever days he was supposed to pay you for, you need to be calling the labor board and you need to put a case on his ass. That's just my advice. But family, that's that. That's somebody who actually worked for the guy. So now, I want to go over for a quick second. Let me pull this down if you don't mind. I'm going to pull this up here. If you guys just give me 30 more minutes, I think we can get through this. Now, you know what, family? I'll give you the opportunity. Should we continue for the next 30 minutes? Or shall we just to be continued and continue tomorrow? I will give you, put a 1 in the chat if you would like to end today and come back tomorrow. Put a 2 in the chat if you say, nope, let's get it done. You got an hour? Shout out to our brother. Okay, we got some 2s. We got 2s all across the board. All right. We got more 2s. I ain't seen no 1s yet, so I think we're just going to continue, family. Much love and much respect to each and every one of you. So I want to excuse me. Give me 1 second. Oh, that happened there. All right, there we go. All right. I want to make sure we got everything good here. All right, let's get it in. So, I want to go and play for you what the attorney of the family had to say. Let's go here.
The question kept coming up, why does a 14-year-old need a gun? The question was answered when he was shot dead in the streets 130 yards from a store where he did absolutely nothing wrong. The question was answered when this jury found him not guilty today. The question was answered because a child, a 14-year-old child shot dead in Richland County, got no justice. When the family got no justice. I'll pause.
Those people in the background, it's the grassroots standing on business while this is going on. He might look visibly irritated, but none of that matters to us. You could be irritated. We're more pissed off that this happened regardless.
The anger is palpable tonight. You can feel it, you can touch it, because people saw a child that looked like their own, that did nothing wrong. A child that all the witnesses described had fear in his eyes when he left the store. And then he started to run as 2 grown men chased him down over a football field and shot him dead. This should not happen. This makes us feel as if our children don't matter, and they do. This makes us feel like Cyrus's life did not matter, and it did. What you see tonight is going to be the anger. And what we ask is that that anger not turn into anything else but words, to go online, to talk about it, to discuss it.
Nah, Negro. No. I can't speak for anybody else, and this isn't me speaking for anybody else. I want you all to be very clear when I say this, and I want anyone and everyone who's listening to hear what I have to say on this. This is just me personally. The one thing I respected about Dr. James Smalls, and that I couldn't take away from him, even though he turned turncoat on us. Dr. James Smalls said something that Kendrick Lamar ended up taking and put it into this song. Dr. James Smalls said, all the black power stuff goes out the window if a coward kills my son. If you kill my baby, I'm coming to kill you. I'm saying this, not speaking for anybody but myself. I agree with that statement. At the end of the damn day, you can never tell somebody who's been oppressed visibly to just go home and talk about it. No. See, the problem is people think that they can just harm us and all we got to do is go home and talk about it. All we can do is go home and talk about it. And that's a hell no. My Bible tells me an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. You touch my bloodline, I'm going to touch you. And when I touch you, it'll be the last time anybody touched you. I don't give a damn about going to jail or anything like that when it comes down to my child. So for anyone to get behind a microphone, especially a goddamn attorney sitting there saying, we just asked for you guys to do it peacefully. We just asked for you guys to go home. You know why I wouldn't be doing any of these type of interviews? Why the hell should I do an interview with the same goddamn system that killed my boy? Why the hell would I be doing interviews with the same system that perpetuate the unaliving of our children and perpetuate them being criminals before and after? Why do I need to stop and talk to any of you? And why do I need to be used in order to turn down the energy of the people who rightfully so are upset? You got me messed the hell up. This is what I mean when I say these people who claim to be attorneys and lawyers with black skin irks me to my soul. I watch it continuously, watching all these people with melanated skin, with freaking law degrees and doctrines in law, speaking a bunch of nonsense when it comes down to us. And no other attorneys from any other group go out there to try to calm down the upset community. I've never seen a Latino attorney calm down the Latino community about immigration or deportation. I've never seen an Asian attorney try to turn down the community, especially, and hell, I got somebody that I'm going to bring up next, Peter Leung. He had a black attorney once again. What is this with Asians who harm black people going to get black attorneys? Matter of fact, I'm not even going to play the rest of this. We're going to get there right now. Y'all remember?
It is sentencing day for former NYPD officer Peter Liang. A Brooklyn judge will soon announce if he'll get jail time. It could mean up to 15 years in prison, or go with the prosecution's recommendation, no prison time at all. Eyewitness News reporter Safan Kim is outside the courthouse with more. Safan?
Well, Charlene, is Peter Liang heading to prison? That is what today comes down to. The rookie cop, the former rookie cop, is facing up to 15 years behind bars, but in all likelihood, he will get little to no jail time. This is a case that has made international headlines, and depending on which side of this debate you stand on.
Shout out to our good brother Snatch Adams. Thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my warrior brother. Isn't it funny how only one group of people past mistakes matters in court? Bars. Now, family, and thank you once again for your super chat, family. Now, I before we continue, I got a few things I must show you. When it comes to this Peter Liang situation, you remember the Asians was out there protesting after he killed Akai Gurley. The Asians was out there protesting after he wrongfully killed Akai Gurley. The Asians was out there protesting when he wrongfully killed Akai Gurley. Where was the Asian politicians or lawyers to tell the Asians to go home? Notice this person here is holding a sign that says scapegoat. And Peter Liang was the person that pulled the trigger. How is he the scapegoat? Do not let people tell you that these people are in a coalition with you. We know there is no black and brown coalition, whether brown meaning Asian, whether brown meaning Mexican, whether brown meaning Latino, whether brown meaning African, meaning Indian, meaning Canadian, meaning goddamn Switzerland. It doesn't mean nothing to us. If you are black and brown, you are an enemy of the black grassroots. Because the brown in your black and brown has been an enemy of the black. Hate me, like me, love me. Prove me wrong if you don't think I'm correct. Oh, family, I've been waiting to get back here to do this broadcast. I've been waiting patiently. Because I knew once we had this conversation, it isn't for the family in the chat. It's for everybody on the outside of the chat who's going to be watching this in the playback. Family, when I say that I wanted to make sure people understand why we have no alliances, why we have no coalitions, why we do not subscribe to that bullshit, this is why. We already had our example with the Ashley Garcia, or whatever the hell her name is. I might have got her name wrong, but I believe it's Ashley. Is it Ashley Gonzalez? Okay. Ashley Gonzalez and Ryan Garcia. We've had enough. But the Most High is absolute, and everything happens on the Most High's time. Do you not think that the Most High wanted us to see this once again? To bring this back to Akai Gurley? The Most High does things on the Most High's time. Everything is absolute on the Most High's time. And it is absolutely necessary to make sure everybody knows that they're out of time. Shout out to Mr. Know-It-All in the building, my brother. Our sister Brooke says the Asian argument was white cops get off for killing an unarmed black people, so Asians should too. Yeah. Hey, you're not wrong. You are not wrong. Because they think that they're supposed to be included in that protection for the complexion. You know, the same protection for the complexion that Paul Mooney told us about.
When you have the complexion for the protection for the collection, that white skin will protect you.
And yeah, they forced that hand. I don't even say force that hand. I think the judge was going to do it anyway, but they blamed it on all of the uprising. So why wouldn't we be out there? Why wouldn't we be out there trying to get Rick and his son Andy arrested? Shout out to Snatch Adams once again. Thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions. As always, my warrior brother Gonzalez, Garcia, Lopez, fuck them all. FBA salute. It is what it is, and that's what it is. Shout out to our sister Cooking with Miss D. I think the Most High is trying to get our attention and testing us as well. And I am not going to lie. I don't think the Most High is getting our attention. I think the Most High is trying to get the attention of the people who refuse to still wake up. You see, the Most High already knows the folks who are already in the fight. I think the Most High is quite literally trying to wake up the people who are not in the fight, and to show everybody why they need to be in the fight. Because at the end of the day, everybody who has a black child, this could happen if we do not do what we do best, which is shut shit down. Now let's get back over here to what this guy was saying. Now that you've seen all of those people who was over here supporting Peter Liang, let's continue.
You'll be hoping for two very different outcomes today in court.
In the matter of the people of the state of New York against Peter Liang.
It was a case full of unexpected twists and turns. In February, a rare conviction of a police officer, Peter Liang,
Guilty.
The first NYPD cop to be found guilty for a police shooting in 10 years. The verdict delivering justice for loved ones of Akai Gurley.
Yes, I do think he should go to jail. Everyone should go to jail for when they make a mistake.
But that conviction sparking outrage among Liang's supporters, sending tens of thousands of protesters into the streets in dozens of cities across the nation. In Brooklyn, demonstrators saying Liang is a scapegoat, treated unfairly because he's Asian American.
We're angry for the system that has failed both Akai Gurley, Eric Garner, and Peter Liang.
Liang was convicted of manslaughter for shooting Akai Gurley.
Notice how he mentioned the people who's a part of our community that was slain by these folks. Akai Gurley. I have to take a breath. Give me a second. How are you mentioning Eric Gardner when there was a cop that unalived Eric Gardner too? in the same way that Akai Gurley was unalived by a cop. So how do you throw Peter Liang in there with two people that was unalived by the same people that's in Peter Liang's profession? Shout out to my sister Brooke once again. Again, I shut down the Chinese nail shop in Brooklyn and been boycotting them every damn since. That's what I mean when I say it's not enough to just boycott them. Because if you're boycotting them, 9 times out of the 10, they're going to get some sort of government subsidy to keep their business afloat. Things that our businesses and our people cannot get because of the fact that they just keep denying us. You got to shut these places the hell down. Shut these people the hell down. Run these people out of your damn communities. Go to your city councils and let them know if you're allowing these people to come into our communities and refusing us to open up our own damn stores, and these people keep on targeting our communities, you're next. And let them actually see how serious you are. As my sister said, she shut down the Chinese nail shop and haven't been back to one since. That's the mindset that we need to be on. Anyone that comes to your community with this nonsense needs to be shut the hell down. And then everybody else in their community needs to feel the fire. That's where we are. That's where we're at. And that's where we need to be. What's it said? And that was in 2018. And this is 2026. You don't think they feeling that fire? Let's let this continue.
In a darkened stairwell in East New York in 2014, the bullet ricocheted off a wall and struck Gurley in the chest. He was unarmed. And in a controversial move last month, Brooklyn DA Ken Thompson recommended no jail time in Liang's sentencing.
You's a coon nigga.
Massa, is we sick, Massa?
Calling the fatal shooting a tragedy and unintentional. That recommendation by the DA infuriating Gurley's family.
We are disgusted with the justice system. Stop killing Akai again and again with your tricks.
Gurley supporters rallied outside Brooklyn court last week on the day Liang was supposed to be sentenced, but decision day postponed as the judge heard 2 days of testimony from juror number 9, an 11th hour bid by Liang's defense to force a mistrial, arguing Michael Vargas lied to get onto the jury, withholding his father's conviction for an accidental shooting and a possible bias against cops. The judge, though, denying that motion to throw out the verdict on Thursday. Now, in most cases, the judge will go along with the DA's recommendation, but this hasn't been most cases. Either way, it'll be an emotional day for both sides.
All right. I wanted to remind you all of that situation and to remind you all how this situation still happens every single day when it comes down to Black people protecting themselves, foundational Black Americans protecting themselves. Because if you remember about the Black father out there who got who was jailed, for slaying white teens, that came to his house to hurt his son, and they ended up getting unalived. Yeah, the same things don't happen for us. The same things does not happen for us. However, I want to remind you, because these people love to run around talking about allies, 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 black and yellow, black and brown. There's a whole person that went and started a whole different TikTok called Black and Yellow, trying to promote black and Asian relationships. Not just relationships as in banging, but I mean politically, economically, and all this other stuff. And they're always promoting certain Asians when they're coming out saying certain things, but they're never promoting Asians when they're actually harming us in our community, like they did when they needed the anti-Asian hate crime bill. Brooke, you need it one more time? I got you, sis. I got you.
You's a cool nigga.
And shout out to our sister. God dang it. Sometimes you got to let the man sing. Let's continue. I wanted to play this for you guys because I want to remind everybody who keep on talking about black and brown unity, black and yellow unity, or black and anything unity. They will unify with us when it benefits them. And when it doesn't benefit them, they will use us to get a benefit for them. Let's go into it.
Hi guys, I'm here to talk about the rampant anti-Asian racism I'm seeing from the black community. I started this YouTube channel a year.
Now notice, he's talking about the rampant anti-Asian hate that he's seeing in the black community. These people are coming into the black community. Why aren't you talking about the anti-Asian hate that you see within your own community? Because your own community isn't housing all of the Asian businesses like they should. You guys are putting your businesses in black communities and they get upset with black people when your Asians disrespect black people. Let's continue.
Ago to bring light to this specific issue. If you're here because of my last video, I have one thing to ask of you. Please like and watch the video in its entirety. That will broaden the video's reach. At the end of this video, I make a public demand. So I already know what some of you are going to say. This is causing racial division. We need solidarity. Not all black people are doing this. Why are you generalizing? White people are racist against Asians too. Why aren't you talking about that? What about the anti-blackness in the Asian community? It's the media that's making it seem like black people are harming Asians more. Yeah, this video is meant for you, to hopefully serve as a cold dose of reality. If you count yourself to be an open-minded person, I ask you to listen to what I have to say before jumping on to the comment section. The precise reason why I want to talk about this is because we live in a society where we Asian people can feel free to talk day and night about how white people are racist against us, but are immediately silenced when we try to talk about the anti-Asianness in the black community.
And while I was walking down the street from my high school to Walgreens, I was walking with 3 of my friends from both China and Taiwan, crossing the crosswalk. There is a car just rushed through us, driven by an African American, shouting that go back to your home, like go back from where you are from.
How do you know that was a black American? How do you know that it was not a tether riding by telling you to go back to where you're from? How do we even know that you're telling the truth? We don't. Go ahead, though.
We're not hurt. It's just shocked and scared of our safety. And this white lady kindly asked, can I call the police? Can I do anything for you? We were like, it's okay. Thank you very much for your care. The point I'm making here is that we should not distinguish people.
Can't forget Robert Long. Thank you very much for bringing up Robert Long, family.
By their race or gender or anything. Black people can be racist. White people, sorry. Oh, no. I will grab this.
Let's start by saying I have very much a problem when a person of any race, white, black, Latino, or otherwise, commit hate crimes against Asian people.
But you don't have a problem when your Asian people commit hate crimes against foundational black Americans, people who built this country, the land that it belongs to. You don't have no problem there, do you? No, you don't. You sat here and tried to make it seem like, or that woman sat there and tried to make it seem like a bunch of black people is harassing her. But when a black woman steps up to her and pat her on the back like it's okay, it's okay. Don't touch me. And everything. No. Because if we came and put this on y'all back when we used to say the Asian community is anti-black, you guys would always come out and say the same bullshit. Not all Asians are, it doesn't matter anymore. So foundational Black Americans, I'm not going to play the rest of this. I'm not. I want you all to understand something though. These are the people that they keep trying to tell you is your allies. These very same people is taking advantage of your birthright citizenship. Don't that makes for a crazy twist? These people that came out here and lied to the American government and said that black people was practicing all this hatred towards them. Are only born citizens because of the 14th Amendment that was made for you. I want to read a little bit from this, if you guys don't mind. Just a bit, not a lot, just a bit. Hold on. A recent survey shows that more than 3 out of 4 Asian Americans worry about experiencing hate crimes. Notice it says worry about and not experiences hate crime. Notice they're talking about the worry and not the actual fact of hate crimes. Asian Americans experience hate crimes, harassment, and discrimination because of COVID-19 amongst Chinese and Asian Indians. The figure are even higher than 84% and 80% respectively. These findings may be unsurprising in light of shocking video footage of anti-Asian violence that has recently gone viral. Viewers of the videos witnessed perpetual shoving elderly men and women to the ground, assaulting Asian American men and women in their face. But yet, no arrests have been made. None of that has gone towards the hate crime statistic. And stabbing an Asian American man in the back with the 8-inch knife. Didn't hear about that, but okay. We'll put that to the side. Asian-owned businesses like New York's Famous Foods, Ion's Favorite Foods, already under financial stress because of the pandemic, are also struggling to keep employees safe. You mean also struggling to keep employees because you can pay them. But continue. The spat over unprovoked attacks elicited a rally cry that something must be done for Asian Americans. However, this cry is a year overdue. Notice this statistic that they pull up. It comes from the AAPI data center. It comes from the APIA vote. It comes from Advancing Justice. But notice where it does not come from. It does not come from the FBI crime statistic. It does not come from the FBI crime statistics. Because when you look at the FBI crime statistics from that time, new FBI data shows more hate crimes. These groups saw the sharpest rise. Let's get into it, shall we? This is the Marshall Project Closing Arguments newsletter. Oh, we'll pass that up. Should be. Let's go. Let's start here. Hate crimes reported by the FBI, reported to the FBI by law enforcement agency rose from more than 8,000 in 2020 to nearly 11,000 the following year, according to the update statistic released last week. Crimes against Asians and Pacific Islanders, Sikhs, and bisexual people all more than doubled. Meanwhile, hate crimes against blacks, whites, and LGBTQ people, they just had to throw that in, made up nearly half of all incidents. Nearly half of all incidents. Let me say that again. Nearly half of all incidents. The numbers of the reports, the numbers of reported hate crimes have been on the rise since 2014, but it still represents a fraction of bias-related incidents. Must go unreported or are not policed because hate crime laws vary across the country. Despite the limitations, experts say the FBI data still captures some important trends and provides a useful glimpse into how police enforces these laws. Let's get into the glimpse, shall we? Let's get into the glimpse. So here's the glimpse. Let's see. Can I? No. Well, I tried to make it bigger, but this is what I'll do. I'll pull down the conversation for a second just so I can read this off to you all. Black hate crimes from 2020 is 2,571. From 2021 is 3,277. Is up by 14%. White hate crimes went from 869 to 1,107. That went up by 27%. Gay males. Now, my question is, are they including black gay males in gays? Are they included in the black sector, or are they included in both? But let's continue. Gay males, 673 in 2020 and 948 in 2021, a rise of 41%. Jewish people, 683 in 2020, 817 in 2021, a rise of 20%. Asians, 279 versus the 2021 746, 167%. And this is all because they're getting all of their numbers from the AAPI organizations that report on it, but doesn't have any proof of it. Hispanic Latinos, 517 2020 to 669 in 2021. 70%. Regardless of any of that, still at the top of the list when it comes to hate crimes is foundational Black Americans, and they used us to get a hate crime bill over us, and they are the lowest on the damn total poll for the most part, because Hispanic is still white, Asian is still white. God dang, LGBTQ can be split up into multiple groups. Other groups just mean other white groups are people who are clarified as white groups. Transgenders could be white. Transgenders could be split. Racial groups as a whole, it says 211 to 196, and that cannot be correct. So yeah, family, we're not playing this game. We're not playing this game because this is how these people look at our children. This is how these people treat our damn children. This is a war. And these people know this. It isn't something that they don't know. They come here to assimilate into the system of white supremacy. That's why we've been the only people not to assimilate into the system of white supremacy, because we don't rock with the system of white supremacy. We want to remove the system of white supremacy and replace it with a system of justice. Shout out to Neely Fuller Jr., who I call Dr. Neely Fuller Jr. If you have not read the compensatory code, go and get it, read it. It reads like a dissertation. He is Dr. Neely Fuller Jr. to me. And while all of this is going on, while the Peter Liang thing went down, while the goddamn Rick Cho thing went down, you still got these same kind of people trying to disrespect our children. Let's go here.
Huh? What's your problem?
Huh?
What's your problem? Okay, so this is. Hold on, shut up. Let me talk real quick.
I don't take car over phone.
You don't take a what?
I don't take car over phone.
No, car over phone.
I'm trying to tell you, man. I'm trying to yeah, but I don't take it over the phone. I'm alone, man. Even here, I got it. That's the second time.
But my thing is, why are you touching the attitude of kids though? These are kids. But I don't.
I'm alone.
So if I smack you, I ain't gonna care either, right? Right? If I smack you, I wouldn't care either, right? Because these are kids. So why you get? Why? Yeah, stop playing with me. Call them. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
You won't want nobody to do that.
So y'all fucking kids, these kids.
So what?
So what? So come your grown ass out here, son. Let me show you so what then. I'm gonna grab her through this goddamn. You have me lucky in this fucking hole. And so you got two people. It's two of y'all here then. You just say you by yourself. It's two of y'all here. Okay, my bad. Okay. Well, he's a kid anyway. He's a kid too, bitch. Bitch. You a bitch. You a bitch. That's why you gotta work at Subway. That's why you mad. Because you gotta work at Subway.
Shout out to this sister right here for standing on business when it comes down to her family. Absolutely. I would have did the same exact damn thing. As a matter of fact, I did the same exact thing. Right before I went to Los Angeles, I went over to a goddamn Arco. Is it an Arco? No, it's an Exxon around the corner from my house. And one of the brothers that I've been knowing here for a couple of years, he's been working at KFC, and he unfortunately became homeless. And so the brother's been sleeping in his car. He came from KFC and went over to the Arco. Went into the Arco, and the Arco people tried to accuse him of stealing because he was black. And I was walking in, he was walking out. And since I know him, he was like, bro, these mother effers just did this. I was like, what? And he was like, yeah, I ain't got no reason to steal from these people. Just because he found out that I'm homeless does not mean that I'm going to act as if I'm homeless. I just walked in. Oh, family, I went in there tearing the hole in the back of the freaking cash register's neck. You got the game messed up. And I let that person know. I didn't have several people fired from this location specifically. And you better get your goddamn self together if you want to still work here. You will not disrespect any black American that comes up in here just because you think you can. Do you know a goddamn coon came walking up into the damn door and try to tell me as I'm telling him off because he didn't like the fact that I was holding up the line that, oh, he's not racist. And I turned to him and I said, brother, he's not racist towards you, but he was racist here and he was racist to somebody that I know personally. So don't talk to me about what racism is, this, that, and the third. He's definitely racist. Do you know this mother lover sat there for almost 20 minutes trying to argue with me back and forth about that bastard who sat there and disrespected him? Not him, excuse me, my homeboy, another black man. It got down to the point where I was about to quite literally lay this dude out because he started taking things out of his pocket because he was mad that I was saying, nigga, just because he's not racist towards your cooning ass does not mean that he is not a racist. He has continuously done this type of stuff. Not just him, but people who have worked here. And when I say continuously, I mean he is a continuum of everybody who's worked there before him that keeps on doing the same damn shit. And then I realized I'm arguing with a foundational Black American about another foundational Black American over a fucking Indian with a red dot on his head. And I said, you know what? Forget this. You guys, y'all got this. I won't support this store ever again. I go walk out to my vehicle and leave the store. And all of a sudden, the black guy comes out and says, hey, the dude behind the counter said he want to talk to you real quick. And I'm thinking he's going to apologize. I'm thinking that he's going to say, you know what? You're right. I shouldn't be treating any of your people like this. I shouldn't be doing that. When I walked in, this motherfucker was on the phone with the police trying to get a description of me. I walked the fuck back out. And then that coon ass nigga. Matter of fact, let me play the drop for that coon ass nigga. I know you'll probably hear this because you're in the same area, you cooning ass nigga. That
you's a coon nigga.
Gonna try to tell me, why are you running off? If there's no problem, why are you running off? Bitch, why the hell would I stay up in here when I'm correcting him for the things that he did and a coon ass nigga like you walked in and then tried to defend him and now he's calling the police and yo coon ass trying to call me back into there to have to deal with those police so that he can get a description of me. And then yo coon ass is going to agree with him even though yo coon ass was not even in the goddamn store when he was being disrespectful. Family? Exactly. Sellouts. Not just sellouts because this mother lover wasn't a sellout. He didn't look like anybody bought him out of anything. He looked like a straight up, and I can't even lie, the nigga, he had a Louisiana accent and it killed me. It was a straight Sweetport, Louisiana accent, and it killed me that he was saying any of that. And I called him a coon to his face for this. But this coon thought he was eating when he said, if you didn't do nothing wrong, why would you run off? It's not about me running off. I got a coon siding with a tether, and y'all calling the police on me. Why the hell would I stick around? That makes absolutely no damn sense. But guess what? I haven't been back to that goddamn Exxon since. And also, guess what? I also send an email over to the owner of that Exxon, letting him know that every chance I get, I will be making sure no black person come into your store while at all, ever again, as long as that motherfucker still works there. Now, I've done this several times with the owner, and the owner has fired every person I've gotten into it with when it was justified. I didn't get into it with anybody unless it was justified. But if I got into it with you, that means it was justified. And the owner had to go back and look at the cameras. So the owner knows me because when they first opened, I was one of the first people that started going there. Then they started seeing me around town, especially because it's right down the way from where Al Green's office used to be. So they know me. They know exactly what I do and what I represent. So when I said this is going to be a problem, every time I emailed them, next time I got an email saying they're no longer here, I've gone over there in all times of the day and they will be no longer there. I have not received the email as of yet about this situation, but I'm looking forward to it. And if not, guess what? We're shutting the shit down. That's it. That's all. Ain't no coon gonna be able to save them. Ain't no tether gonna be able to save them. None of it. And then you're gonna have to find something else to do with your life. Shout out to my good brother, Crew Reality in the building. Much love to you, my warrior brother, and thank you for being here. I'll be getting into it all the time. Always justified. Folks, ask a day later. And all witnesses say, Ray did nothing wrong. And I feel you there, brother, because that is the thing. I'm not somebody that's just going to flash on you. You mess with my people, I am going to flash. That is the one thing. There's several things, don't get me wrong, but the one thing that is guaranteed to make me go the hell off and flash is messing with my folk. That ain't gonna work. That is not gonna be held up to par, nothing. I'm coming directly for your neck. And so shout out to this sister who went directly for their necks. Went messing with her niece and her nephew. Let's continue.
What time you close? What time y'all close? 10? Okay, I'll be. So my nephew and my niece just came here saying that this lady giving her attitude and they're kids. She told she don't care. What do you mean you don't care? They're kids. What did they were here when I ordered my sandwich. Exactly. They said that she rolling her eyes, talking about some her. She can't use the car. She's 13 years old. She had them online, and they were standing here waiting. That's possible. But when they get to the line, why are you giving them attitude saying you're not gonna serve them? When they get to the line, why are you saying you're not gonna serve them then? When they get to the spot, so you don't care. Exactly. Because there was somebody your kind or a white kid, you wouldn't give them no fucking attitude. Yeah, I know, of course. That's what I'm saying. You see what the fuck she's saying, right? But if I grab her, if I want to grab you through this goddamn thing, you be mad as fucking hell. I'll grab your little stupid ass through this fucking.
The shady freedom, but y'all need to stop that racist shit. When y'all see black people,
you is racist.
Listen, but hear me out though. When y'all see people, I know, but can I speak? All right,
Exactly.
But listen to me. Okay, but listen to what I speak. But listen, a lot of people that come around here. I understand. But
what order was she taking over the phone? It's only them three getting sandwiches. She on the phone with her mother. It's only them three getting sandwiches. She wasn't taking an order over the phone. Only them three getting. They know they did it. And they waited until everybody, you served everybody. They waited until you served everybody. When it got to the fucking line, you say you're not serving them. Like, stop playing with me.
It's not racist. It's a little bit of, when you see customer service, try to be a little bit more presentable. That's it. All right. So she's just a little fatigued. That's it.
Don't work for Subway then. Don't work for Subway then. If you can't handle your customers with their kids or whatever, don't work.
And shout out to that sister. If you can't handle dealing with children, don't work for a fast food corporation at all. Because children are usually the ones that want to have fast food. It is the children that beg mommy and daddy, mommy, can we go to Subway, please? Mommy, can we go to McDonald's, please? And if you're like anything like my parents or like my mom was, we got McDonald's at home. We got Subway at home. You know, the parents still obliged and took them there only for their children to be disrespected. And that's why I'm giving a shout out to this sister. Because these were her nieces and nephews. And she had no damn problem turning all the way up over them. And that's how it's supposed to damn be. Now, there's some people that might not agree with me. There's some people dipping out of the chat. It's understandable. There's some people dipping out of the viewership. I understand. No problem. This is for real ones and real ones only. I 100% would rather have 10 real people in a room than 100 fake people with money. I want to say that again for the people in the back of the classroom who probably should come to the front of the classroom. I would stand with 10 people who are certified than to stand with 100 that has money. None of this matters to me if it ain't about my people. Everything that I'm doing, everything that the Most High has instilled within me is about my people. I can't speak for other folk, but I can speak for myself. And personally, yeah, it ain't going down like that. And it was Obama's fault that all this is going down. Obama, time after time after time after time, ignored the need for an anti-Black hate crime bill, for a hate crime bill for American freedmen. He ignored the call for reparations and told us, no, that's not how America works. America works when we're all working together and blah, 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 blah. But when you look at everything that he did for the Latinos, he didn't say that. When you look at everything that he did, he passed for the LGBTQ, which is over 20 plus executive orders. He didn't say nothing like that. But when it came down to the people who put him in office, no, that's not how America works. We're not having it no more. We're not having anybody who are foreigners come from out of their country into our country with the same anti-Black hatred that they, not just us like that, but then turn it on to our children. You got us fucked up. TT, I love you. You know I love you. And I know you don't like to hear me cursing, but sometimes it is warranted. You got us completely messed up. No man and no woman and no child should have to worry about losing their life to a bunch of nonsense and a bunch of people such as this being on the goddamn jury to then justify the life being taken from a child who was running the goddamn way. May the Most High's justice fall upon all of you. All of you. Shout out to our sister. Yes, it is the Democrats' fault, and I got to go here. Shout out once again to our good brother Black Alpha, who reposted this. So I didn't have to go back and find it. Well, he didn't do it for me, but I'm saying he did it, and now I don't have to go back and find it. So shout out to him. Let's go here.
Amazing grace, how sweet.
Now, family, remember, this was also in South Carolina. After a white supremacist bigot went into one of our churches and laid all of the people inside down. Many people's grandmothers, many people's grandfathers. And this is what Obama showed up doing. There was no talks about no hate crime bill for us. There was no talks about fixing Flint and everything that Flint did. Yeah, the numbers went down because I got some Obama lovers who didn't like that I brought this up. Yeah, I'm going to tell the goddamn truth because our life depends on the goddamn truth. So for everybody who love Obama more than they love black people, to get your bitch ass up out of here, I'm telling you here today, I'm here to speak the Most High's truth, and you don't have to like it. I don't care if you like it. I care if my children survive. I care if my nieces and nephews survive. I care if any child that is foundational Black American is being harassed by a goddamn adult and unalives them and get off for it. You got me messed up if you think I'm supposed to be caping for Obama. You can kiss the blackest, the most FBA part of my ass. And then I will high five and tag people in so you can kiss the darkest FBA part of their ass too. Yeah, we're not playing these games no more. Our life is literally on the line. Our children's lives are literally on the line. And the Democrat ain't said nothing about it. Not one. Shout out to our sister Loretta. Thank you for being here and much love to you for this comment. It's not their blood lost. And that's the freaking problem. But another problem is all the freaking bootlicks that's behind him, who's in the pews, who are there listening to him sing this nonsense and has no words for him. I'm going to continue it so we can actually touch deeper on that.
The sound that saves a wretch like me.
Family, I want you to see the deviousness in what this man is doing right here. This man came to a church that just had a mass massacre go down in the church and started singing Amazing Grace, a song written by an oppressor, the white supremacist who wrote the song, and now it's sung by the oppressed. You think I'm lying? I know y'all don't think I'm lying, my family in the chat. I know there's probably people on the other side of the screen who think I'm lying. So let me go here. The hymn, Amazing Grace, Newton wrote, John Newton that is. Newton wrote the lyrics in 1772 to accompany a sermon for his congregation in Olney, England. The phrase "that saved a wretch like me" was written specifically out of deep remorse for his past sins, including his role in the slave trade. So by Obama coming to a Black church that was quite literally grieving over the loss of its members, grieving over the loss of grandmothers and grandfathers due to a white supremacist, Obama came to that very same church singing a song written by another white supremacist and had the full congregation singing along with him. Tell me this makes sense to you. There is no way you can. So, family, when I say that there is no back and forth with this anymore, there is no convincing people why we stand on the square that we stand on. There is no compromise in what we want. This is why. Obama could have took care of this shit a long time ago. Instead, he passed the blue alert. executive order, which gave more money and protections to the police. I am very proud of my good brother Black Alpha. I am very proud of my sister Brooke, President Divine, our sister Mrs. Chanel, because I can't remember her first name. Much love. Hold on. I can remember it. Hold on. Let me pull it up. I can pull it up. It'll be that simple. Our sister Paris Chanel. Shout out to her. Shout out to our sister Brooke. Shout out to our brother President Divine. Shout out to each and every one of you that's out there holding it down for foundational Black Americans, because foundational Black Americans only have foundational Black Americans for representation. There is no damn coalition. There is nobody trying to make sure we're just as protected as they are, or more protected because we built this country. There is no one. It's just you. It's just me, and it's just us. So with that being said, if anybody have a problem with what we're doing, I got 2 middle fingers, and I'm ready and willing to use them whenever I can. I am so ready. I prefer not to. But I will flick you off in the quickness when it comes down to foundational Black Americans, when it comes down to my people. Because if Obama would have done something, there would be no damn Rick Chow. There would be no Peter Liang. We wouldn't have to worry about the MOPS, melanated people of color. So yeah, this still draws back to Obama, whether people like it or not. This also draws back to Bill Clinton. Oh yeah. Bill Clinton could have did it too, but he chose to make us super predators. I know at sometimes during my broadcast, family, I get animated. I get very animated, and I get more animated than the last animation. That isn't on purpose. That is the ancestors using me to just tell the truth. At the end of the day, I'm just a vessel of what the ancestors are using me for, and I have no problem giving up my vessel to do so. The Most High use me and tell me what I need to do, and I have no problem using my vessel to do so. Why? Because I'm you, you're me, and we're us. And the only people that we have in a coalition is foundational Black Americans throughout the United States of America. And it's not going to be every foundational Black American. Some of them are getting left behind, and some of them are getting left forever. The time is now. And we are not going to allow anybody to make us feel bad about wanting to keep our children safe. And if you think we should, thank you very much, because you showed us our new enemy. With that being said, if you're not subscribed, go ahead, hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell so you can be notified whenever videos like this drop. Please make sure you're hitting that like and share button so we can beat up the algorithm. Make sure we get this message out to the ears that need to hear. And if you have not done so yet, please make sure you click the link in the description. Go to change.org and put your signature on the petition for reparations, as well as joining the Telegram group to help circumvent the shadow banning that's going on here. And let me say this before we go. I would like to thank each and every one of you for spreading this message. I know I say all the time, please make sure you're hitting the like and share button so we can beat up the algorithm. But the fact of the matter is, the algorithm is only getting beat up because of people such as yourself. I looked at my demographics before I came on here, and I learned that 3% of my viewership comes from my notifications. And shout out to Dewan B, because I was listening to one of his broadcasts the other day, and he had brought that up, and that kind of made me feel like, man, let me check and see how many of my notifications is coming from, the actual notifications, or whether or not it's coming from sharing. Most of my broadcasts are here, and they're doing well because you, family, you are all sharing, you're all liking, you are all putting the information in different areas where people can watch it. I saw that 70% of all of my material is being shown somewhere else, whether it's on X, whether it's on Facebook, whether it's on anywhere. Most of my viewership comes from outside of YouTube. So that's because of all of you. And I must thank each and every one of you for spreading the message. I must thank each and every one of you for standing on business. And I must thank each and every one of you for being there to be the representative of your people. Without you, this cannot be done. So I give a certified B1 salute to each and every one of you. And much love. Let me also thank everybody who's donated, whether by Cash App, Super Chat, PayPal, or anywhere else. I appreciate each and everything you all do. Now, I'm going to show you one more thing, and then we're going to get out of here. Family, we stand for each other and we represent each other. We're the only ones who do. So we spoke about the Freedmen Reparations Party, and I told you I was working on the merch site so that we can get that out, and then that way I can kind of pull the funds and then go and pay for all of the fouling that needs to be done. And here we are. We are here. This is the Freedmen's Reparation Party merch website. The website I will be posting in the chat right here. Give me 1 second. Copy, paste, copy. That is the Freedmen's Reparation Party merch website. And like I said, there's a lot of good stuff here. And I made sure to put here, please allow 3 to 5 business days for the payment process before shipping. So once you pay, it's going to take 3 to 5 days to get things set up. However, once you do that, it'll ship out after the 5th day or whatnot. And we got all kind of stuff. Let me just go ahead and I'll go over the catalog with you guys as of right now. I did not do anything for the Church of Black Power as of yet. However, I wanted to do this first, and then I was going to do another webpage specifically for the Church of Black Power. However, if you guys think that you will want it on the Freedmen Reparations Party merch site more than its own site, let me know and I'll just add it to this site. because whatever comes from this site is going to be going directly, and I mean directly, towards all the fouling processes needed in order to make sure we can get this party going. So we have a few things here. I ain't gonna lie, my favorite at this time is the Chucks. This is one of my favorites. 2 wings of the same dirty pigeon. You got all the different sizes here. Let me go back here. This is another one of my favorites. This is a crop top hoodie, the cut the check hoodie. This is all for the ladies, only for the ladies. Fellas, we do not have any crop top hoodies for the fellas. Not that my brothers would want that anyway. I'm just letting y'all know we're not doing no crop top hoodies, right? But family, I want you to be able to go on and check this out. Now, for my members, tomorrow morning, I will be dropping an exclusive link. If you are a member of the channel, if you are, well, it won't be a link, it'll be a code. If you are an exclusive member of the channel, if you are an exclusive member of the Patreon, I will be giving you the exclusive link. And you would either have 15% off of your total order, or depending on how much you spend, you'll get 25% off on your total order. So I'll be putting that all in the background tomorrow. I want to thank each and every one of you for being here and sharing your Wednesday with me. I know it's hump day and you probably got some humping to do. Shout out to KG. But I want to thank you all. And like I said, at the end of the day, it's up to us. If nobody ever purchased nothing off this site, it means nothing to me, because at the end of the day, I'm going to find a way to make sure we get that popping. I'm going to find a way, even if, and I want to make this clear. I don't look at everybody in the same way as other folks in the new black media. And I'm not saying other folks look at everybody a certain way. I'm just saying I have a specific way that I think about things. Okay. If nobody purchase anything from the site, I'll take it as, okay, it isn't a slight towards me. Maybe they just couldn't afford it, or maybe they just wasn't with it. Maybe I didn't bring enough products that they would like, or maybe the products are too high scaled. I will figure out what the situation is, and then I will bring it back to you. But even if no one does anything, I will still find a way to fund this goddamn party. That's on me. That's on my life. And I promise that to each and every one of you. At the end of the day, this is all about making sure we're okay. Because ain't nobody else trying to make sure we're okay. But I want to thank each and every one of you. I'm going to put that back in the chat one more time in case anybody wants to go and check that out. If you are a member or a Patreon, please wait until tomorrow. I will drop. Well, you don't have to wait, but if you prefer to wait, you can. But I will be dropping your codes tomorrow. You all have made this possible. So we're definitely going to make sure that you're able to do what it do at a discount. Shout out to each and every one of you. With that being said, family, stay safe, stay black, and most importantly, stay foundational. The doors of the church are now closed. Peace, family.
My grandfather built this country, man. He fought wars for it. And most places he went wouldn't let him sit down and get a cup of coffee. I can't even catch a cab in New York. You know, it doesn't matter how many degrees I get. All you people see is color. Your grandfather was an immigrant. You're American. My grandfather was born here, Duke. And you people still look at me as just another nigga.
I know that the government, whatever, can't stand us black people. He's doing everything in the world to make black man be extinct. But I'm going to tell you one thing. Us black people going to survive. So fuck everybody. I'm out.